I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy, like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, people face down, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lap, front and back over train tracks. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerve.
All I smoke is chronic, roll my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like that. tripping, now I'm blue. Mega Man, I can't win for losing cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy, grew up now I'm Mega Man.
I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out with me and smoke weed and fill our bellies with diet soda and play Burnout Revenge for the PS2.
Omega Mag 10 just redeemed Burnout Revenge.
Wait, cheeseburger. Macus. What's up? Yeah, another bot. within what, first 10 minutes shows up. What the hell? Started showing up a lot since a couple days ago. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a different kind of bot. That's a bots with a Z. Yeah, don't ban them, Mechas. Get them. If McHare was here, he would probably ban Ickabots. Gotta tell McHare, don't ban Ickabots, alright? Oh no, just cause his name is Bots. He'll think he's an actual bot. Yeah, no, that guy, he's a mod, but he fucking banned Skibby. he banned Skibby and he banned Cheeseburger for the smallest things. It was dumb. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, man? I keep him as a mod anyways, I don't care, but yeah, I was like, what the fuck? He's just banning everybody. He's kind of crazy. Oh, he still got me. Damn. Shit. Oh wait, I think I could throw the shield. Shit. Yeah, fuck. Should have just done that. Yup, it's the best way to do it. Oh, he didn't get stuck this time. Fuck, I messed up too much. Can't do that all over. Not a bot. Cheeseburger, also not a bot. Wait, a bot bans bots? No, it's just some guy named McHare. He went crazy with power. He just likes banning people for no reason. Nice and tucked, those. Oh, those still needs his breakfast. His brekkies. Gonna get some brekkies. I'm gonna need some brekkies in a few hours. Breakfast. Alright, so gonna throw the shield at this guy. Hopefully keep all my health, all my energies. McHerb got banned in Otter Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah, then he started asking me like, why did I get banned? You know why he got banned, Mechas? He, Noah told me about that. Told me why. And I guess, I don't know if he does this to other people. But yeah, he banned him for a specific reason. Yeah, you know about it, yeah. Cause he's 17, I guess. But I think he's just using that as an excuse. I think he doesn't like that guy. He doesn't like McCur. Cause he does fucking go into the chat and spoil every movie that they're talking about. Every TV show, he's like, oh, this is how that show ends. This is how that movie ends. Like, what the fuck? Are you insane? He does call himself Maniac McCur. So I guess he's not lying. He's a fucking maniac. This is some drama cast. We need Maury Povich. Oh shit, there's not even one of those. Shit. Oh, motherfucker. Damn it. Fuck. Damn, wasted too much. Those shields. Boom, boom, boom. Again. He kept DMing Noah stupid shit on Discord, and he went, Max, are you okay? He thought you fucking went nuts. Omega sounds like you playing Chakan. Motherfucker. Fuck. That's just regular me. That's just the regular old me. Fuck this, fuck that, fuck everything. Gonna start asking. Yeah, start asking Marcus, are you okay? Is everything alright? Boom, boom, boom. Damn. And he's dead. Never drunk enough. So cold here. You have the heater on full blast and it's still cold. Damn. Yeah, I had to turn the heater on. So far, so good. We're not. Oh, thanks, GG's. I know it's gonna get way colder though. And then the heater ain't gonna do shit.
I gather you have been informed of Akili, the great drill, the horde of undead.
Akili.
Enough with you. And Maximum.
I kill him.
We cannot defeat Akili without saving.
Looking for someone?
Release her and hand over the key to my old
Alright, so I guess sent to hell. Something. The underworld, okay. That's what happened. Give them hell. Hold everything. Let me pause this.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Sub-Zero. What the fuck? When TV shows try to fucking pretend they know what the hell they're talking about in video games. The final boss in Mortal Kombat, Sub-Zero. The tribal princess is cold too. Oh yeah, what the hell? They're in the fucking Antarctic or some shit. Insomniac is tribal princess. If Noah messages you to Mar, you're just gonna go hiding. Gotta come find me to get me. Oh shit, is he streaming today? What the hell's today? Tuesday? Yeah, I don't know when he streams exactly. Oh shit.
Cheeseburger Cats just
Polar
redeemed.
Express
Choose a short
Marathon for
YouTube
Christmas?
video.
Oh, the first day of December? December or December? One of those. The first day, and it'll be perfect. "25 days of Polar Express." Oh yeah. Wait, they put a green screen on this? That's cool. You could add your own thing to this. I don't know what to add for the green screen. Oh, you want to get, you don't have it yet? The Polar Express game? GameCube game? Thought that would have been one of yours already. One of your collection. Yeah, what are you gonna add? Cheeseburger to the green screen there. A pancake. Oh shit, not this guy. Fuck that thing. Nope. Oh, I ran out of shield already. Fuck. Damn. Barry, come back. Oh, you sold it? Damn. Did you beat the game at least? Ah, this fucker. Damn it. Getting hit. Oh, health. Good. Good. Oh, I remember there was something here. Yes. Oh, you don't remember? Damn, no shield. Fuck, this sucks. You beat Chaka Khan, those? I heard you say you wanted to get the good ending, but you gotta beat it fast. That's fucked up. Damn, that fucking jump is insane. Oh, he got me the fuck. Dang, 2 hits for that asshole. Oh, come back here. No way, that's the tough. Oh, you didn't get to the end? Beat 4 bosses in 7 hours. Damn. Then the game said here's 12 more levels, 4 more bosses. Holy fuck. The hell? There's a lot to that game then. I didn't realize. Oh man, that's a scary jump. Gotta be ready for this shit. Alright. Seven hours, holy crap. Yeah. Without the shield, you can't really fight those guys without getting hurt. Oh, fucking. Damn it. Oh, shit. Shit. I'll take it. Well, after. Maybe. No, actually, I need it right now. You wanted to get Stalker 2 on PC, but apparently it doesn't run too well. Damn. Why does everything run like crap on PC? Or there's problems with them? Psycho Circus and this Stalker 2 you're saying too? Also a piece of crap on PC? Suspects Beast? Oh, that's why. You need drug lord money to run Stalker 2. Damn. All for a game I never heard of. Secret armor. Oh, the sword. Holy shit, yeah. Get that sword. Shoot that fool. There we go. There's the treasure. Damn, what the fuck? It's pretty fast, these little skeletons, damn. Okay, I don't know if that's where I'm supposed to go, I guess. Oh, there's two different ways. Damn. Wait, what the hell? What is that? Can I get that? Oh shit. Damn, what the hell sword is this? No, you fucker. Damn. Oh my god. That piece of shit killed me like 3 times last time. Oh man. Fucked me up. Just for some measly treasure. Not worth it. Damn, right away. Oh shit, I didn't mean to break that. Oh, what the hell is that? It's the regular sword. Oh. Gold Seeker. Downward strike activates this ability and cover buried treasure. Oh shit. Damn, that's crazy. A giant shockwave. Show me all the treasure. Holy crap, guys. Bigger jump than I thought. Oh, damn. Nope. You piece of shit. Damn. How the fuck can you fight them? Oh, shit. Two, three. What the hell? Some brains. Damn, is that where I have to go? What's over here? Oh, free life, I see. I think, yeah. Shit, this trap's gonna go off. Oh, hell yeah. It worked. Treasure Seeker. Oh no, you fucking piece of shit. Oh man. Oh, nice. Well, yeah, my health is messed up. But always good to have armor. What about this? How do you get up there? Where did I see that free light? Or was it just the armor? Damn. Okay, I guess that was the armor. Oh, get out of here. Damn, man. No time to do that. Oh, shit. No fairies. Come back. Oh, damn, this is a badass sword. Probably the best sword. Right. Oh, fuck. Damn. Shit. Yeah, this one's gonna run out. Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh, the wizard. Piece of crap wizard. Nope, don't hit me. Nope. Shit. Fucking, no, you fucking asshole. Oof. Damn, I heard his fucking noise. Show yourself, ghost. Who the hell are you? Oh, piece of crap. Oh man, this shit is messed up. Goddamn. Oh, damn it, what the hell? Oh, there's a key. Oh. Whoa, 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 fuck, fuck, fuck. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Well, can't kill him. The hell? Oh my god. Shield? Yeah, okay, at least I get my shield. Oh, hey, Willie. Oh, the key's still there. Damn. Crap. Damn. That's annoying. Oh, there's the cool sword.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my
Hey,
gripping gun on me
Jared.
right now,
Missed all these shout outs. Shout out those. Shout out Ika. That's Nurse Link. Yeah, that's Link as a nurse. Oh shit, what is that, Ika? What the hell? Killer Bigfoot? Killer Bigfoot movie? That look cool. Some Bigfoot movie, I don't know, Jared. I don't know what that was. Oh, Macca's messed up. A messed up clip, what the hell? Yeah, a bunch of crazy nonsense. Urban Sasquatch. Oh, okay. Gotta watch that.
You know what? What? I gotta know more. I gotta know more. You can't
There's
just end it
Jared.
on the cliffhanger like that.
Oh,
What happened?
He was playing Mortal Kombat.
Damn
Did
it.
you know
I can't believe it. We're getting cock blocked by the clips.
Did you know the final
This is some
boss of
bullshit.
Mortal Kombat was
We're
Sub-Zero?
getting cock blocked by the clips, you know?
According to Malcolm in the Middle, final boss is Sub-Zero. Or according to Malcolm, in the middle is dad. Yeah, what was up with that Wii clip? It looked like the Wii was going insane, but that was somebody messing with TTS. Long time ago, of course, no one beats Sub-Zero. Yep. Good old boss of Mortal Kombat, Sub-Zero. Everyone knows that. Oh shit. That's what it was. All of Burger King's new Whoppers. Street corn Whopper. Oh yeah, maple one. You have to see what you're... Oh, let's take a look. Let's see what random page I just googled. Looks like it shows them. Somebody says they tried them all. I tried all of Burger King's new Whoppers and I was stunned. Burger King's oh, it's only three. 3 new Whoppers all fell short of my expectation. Oh, this guy sucks. This guy says they're not great. Mexican street corn Whopper. Alright. What's in this? Just corn? This is supposed to be a Whopper with lettuce, tomato, creamy street corn, spread, spicy queso, Crunchy tortilla chip strips. Oh, naively expected there to be corn on this burger. But after rereading the menu, I realized that by creamy street corn spread, Burger King only meant the lightly spiced mayonnaise one might spread upon their corn. Oh shit. The only representation corn gets here is via tortilla strips, which quickly absorbed all the moisture from the lettuce and tomato and tasted like salty wet cardboard. Looking back, I suppose I should have been grateful for any moisture at all because things went progressively downhill from here. Maple barbecue burger. Well, these pictures kind of make them look shitty. This Whopper comes topped with maple bourbon barbecue sauce, crispy onions and jalapenos, smoky maple candied bacon, and American cheese. The sauce is absolutely necessary because every bite without it was too dry. While I'm going to assume that my burger was accidentally undersauced, it would take a substantial amount of over-saucing to compensate for this burger's inherent flaws, at which point it would cease to be enjoyable or safe enough to eat in your car. The bacon was decent on its own, though it didn't have much maple flavor. The crunchy onions and jalapenos managed to absorb what little moisture there was between the buns, turning to mush by the time I unwrapped my Whopper, only a few minutes after it was served. Oh, fried pickle, that's the last one. Fried pickle ranch Whopper. I don't know, these pictures really look bad. The Whopper I was most excited for was the one topped with lettuce, creamy pickle ranch, fried pickles, crispy bacon, and Swiss cheese. However, as you can see from the photos, there is only half of a Swiss cheese? Really? Only half of a Swiss cheese? As you can see, there's only half of a small fried pickle on this Whopper. When I inquired about this, I was informed they had run low on fried pickles. Oh, what the hell? So they added tortilla chips to make up the difference? How does that make up the difference? Pickles, tortilla chips, same thing. As someone who truly enjoys fast food and gets legitimately excited about limited edition menus, Burger King's new line of Whoppers is a heartbreaker. I cannot remember the last time I had a fast food burger so bad that I wasn't able to finish it. Wow, what a punk. Or is it this girl? She's a punk. Wasn't not able to finish it? Come on. It's your job to eat burgers and shit. The fuck, and you can't finish a single Whopper? Burger King sold me 3 in a single go. On the plus side, the King delivered a memorable experience I won't soon forget. Boo, that review sucked. I don't think they're that bad. I bet they're actually good. I'm willing to bet they're actually good. This lady's crazy. Whoa, what was that? I didn't hear anything. What was that? Oh, redeemed pizza? The sound didn't come out? Damn.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
Oh, I missed all this, Pokemon, what the? Bunch of new burgers, cannot pull Charizard EX for the life of me. Watch a lot of Korean dramas and Japanese wrestling. What? Oh, Japanese wrestling and Korean dramas. You have to open cards today? Pokemon cards? What kind of cards? Boom. Stream blown up. No actual corn, yeah, that's dumb. Pokemon TCGP. It's mobile game. Mobile. Never mind, sorry I asked. No, what? Everybody wants to know about these burgers. These mysterious burgers. Tried the fried pickle one. Oh, you would try it, but you haven't yet. Yeah, I'll try the maple fucking bacon, whatever. I mean, I'll try all of them if I get a chance. Why not? Korean pizza is the same. Same as American pizza. But what do they do different? Nothing. You're hooked, finally. You're hooked to finally got that full art Cubone. You've been itching to pull. To be honest, Burger King has always looked like this. Yeah, I guess in the commercials they make everything look good, but once you get it in real life, it looks like that. All half-assed. You're back? Oh, yeah, looking at food for a minute. The 3 new Burger King burgers, Whoppers, whatever. Only been playing for a few days. Insomniac got you started? Oh, really? Really simple to get a hold of. Cheeseburger. What a bitch. Whoa. What happened? Yeah, I want some. Twice. 3 times. Oh, you play TCG? Macus, you too? You like collecting the cards? You have over 500? Holy shit. Your other friend got you addicted. Want to get every card. 176 out of 226. Oh, I thought there would be more. Isn't there like 1,000 Pokemon? Uni, yeah, you just started. You're the one that said you just started playing. You only got 50. Sounds reasonable. Mecha sounds like he's been playing for a while. Oh, shit. Damn. Oh, what is that? Shield of Thunder. Any foe that dares to strike a Thunderglyph shield faces the wrath of the storm. Combined with throw. Oh, okay, the one I had. Oh, wait, no, that's cooler. That's lightning, alright. More badass. Yeah, and the cool thing is you haven't paid anything. Got it all free. All your Pokemon cards. When he just pulled a super rare Charizard as soon as he said it. Oh, when did that come out? How old is this thing? Damn. Should have let him strike. Is it safe to get this? Yes. See, that's your emote. The perfect emote for Uni. A fall guy with a crown. Oh, October 31st. Alright. Did I yell at Uni? You would have yelled? Oh, did she yell when she got a Charizard? Charizard? Holy shit, that's a big ass jump. The hell? Can I even make that? God damn. Okay, shit. Oh no, this asshole. Going is. Oh, what the fuck? Where did you come from, you sack of shit? Son of a bitch. Well, at least I got that. Oh, this just happens right now, for real? Too early to yell. You got the chameleon with the Charmeleon. Charmeleon with the 2. Still can't find one. That's why you sent screenshot and twerking bean. Celebrate in silence. In the shadowy corners of Omega's retro realm, a mystery unfolds. Willie questions the identity of a healthy Link, while Jarrett grapples with ghostly Wii. Ika chuckles at urban Sasquatches as Uni greets the morning with gaming ambitions. Insomniac laments elusive Charizard EXs amidst talk of Korean dramas and Pokemon cards. Card triumphs. The plot thickens over fast food and free card collections. Oh, you got a Croco Stimpy emote? Awesome. It's a cool little emote. Happy. That's how the Croco Stimpy talks. He just says happy. Joy. Oh man, this looks horrible. Okay, jeez. Don't like that. Uh-oh, Mechas. What's the uh-oh for? You don't like Stimpy? Happy. Joy. Oh no, fuck you. Damn, little shit. Fuck that little guy. Oh, this guy too. Ah, piece of shit. Damn. Oof, okay. what the fuck? Oh my god. The fuck? Thought I was supposed to bounce right away. Not those little jumps. Oh, where the hell is this ghost? I heard a ghost. Or something. Oh shit, get out of here. It's your fucking bombs. Fuck you. Oh. Bastard. Still got me. Bouncing on the brain. Did you see who was here? Oh. Is that what you're talking about, Macus? Oh shit. Oh fucking shit. Damn. No secret. Oh, fuck. Oh shit, there's something back there. What the hell? Oh, nice. And more? More shit going on here? Oh, hell yeah. He's always fucking here. He pops out in everyone that's here, everyone's chat. Oh damn. Okay, guess I gotta get up there. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's the end of this level. I heard a treasure chest pop out though. Fuck. I think that's what I heard anyways. Shit. Multiple treasure chests. Oh, I thought it was over here. Armor. Oh shit, I could use that. For the gold armor, just kill everybody.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Thought that was Godilla. A shareable mirror.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Oh, there's no duck. Oh, you're asking Macus? Yeah, you added a new sound? Well, now you gotta just actually stream so we could use it. Yeah, is it the duck alert? You figured Godilla was here? Not yet. I don't think he's popped in yet. He would have been the first one to use that ptarmigan. Yeah, you gotta go to Mecca's Discord and send a bunch of gifs saying like stream now. It's time to stream, Mecca's. The time is now. Even if it's 3 a.m. 3 in the morning, time to stream. Let's see show us what you got.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
A super short one. What the? That's the video? Alright. What in the hell is this? Oh yeah, Kiss Psycho Circus, man. We've been waiting a few days for some Kiss Psycho Circus. Gotta give the people what they want. Oh, that's the sound alert. Okay. Is it like did you do the green screen? You actually did the clear background, transparent background and everything? I don't know if there's another way to do it, but for some of these I had to do some extra steps to get the clear background for like what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
And
Me?
What is the other one?
Just hanging around.
You sure about that? I think this one.
You sure about that?
Yeah, that one's green screen.
You sure about that? That's why?
Omega Mac 10 just redeemed. You sure about that?
Oh, you just made the sound. Okay. Like, let's go gambling. Okay. Oh no. Here we go. First duck dance of the day.
I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck.
Sure, Uni, whatever you want. Let me hear it.
Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Insomniac 12 just redeemed tag dance.
Jesus Christ, how horrifying. This song is living rent-free in all our heads. Yeah, especially Barf, I think. That's why he's not here. He said he was at a family dinner or something, and he said that the song was playing in his head the whole time. Oh yeah, I forgot to, since this is a backlog game,
Take a look at this, sir.
gotta show the backlog video.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he's a nihilist. Carl Hungus.
Oh, what's that? You should add the Better Call Saul theme song. I don't even know what the theme song is. It's like just a little musical. I don't know what the hell. There's like a guitar or something. I don't know. It's real short. It's like 2 seconds long. Center your video window and frame all your characters around that. Make them smaller. I gotta find a different window then. I don't know. This one's already. I like the way this one looks.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Alright, let's see what else you got here. Oh, this is the theme? Or no, this is just oh no, that is the theme. Okay, see that. With that weird ass meme of Saul's face. I don't know why that became popular. Yeah, I forgot this was the theme song. Okay. You should actually add the whole video. All of that with his face and everything. That'll be your intro when you start. Every time you start, show that. You thought that was the intro? What the hell? No way. Oh, what's missed this? Make them smaller, then they can all be on your display. But I do like having the latest one all big on the right side, so I need that space to have the newest one highlighted or whatever. I'm gonna put some sticking their head in, like the crow on the left, so some of them are gonna be popping in on the left side. Just gotta start adding more and more. I'm waiting for B-Habs and Boo XO for them to pop in and finish their drawings. Next up, I think, is Yosh drawing something up for Yosh Games. Yosh Games Live. If only we could replace Saul with Macca's face. And in that 3D Saul image, should be easy to do. I think just get a low polygonal fucking image, take a picture, Macca's, and put it on that. Make a cheap 3D video. Some reason you thought that was the intro. Yeah, PlayStation 1 Macca's. Get the lowest polygon fucking head image. Nope, shit. Damn. Alright. Nothing but skeletons here. Damn, they sneak up on me though, shit. Ooh, alright, that's all of them. Yeah, PS1 Macca's. I could probably do that for you, Macca's. I haven't really messed with it, but I got that 3D program Blender. I've been wanting to use it for something, but I don't know. Keep putting it aside. Make the cheapest 3D render. lowest polygon. Like about 5 polygons. I guess that's the end of this level. Nothing else going on here. I don't think. Oh, no, that's nothing. That would be sick. Oh, N64, so upgraded. More polygons. Alright, cool. That's the end of this level then. Did I go here? Nothing there. N64 is like 3 polygons. I don't know what N64 games you were playing those, but everything looked better on the N64. I think everybody got tricked into thinking PlayStation looked better because the CGI cutscenes. So everyone has that in their memory, like, oh yeah, all the CGI cutscenes, that's how the games looked, right? Nope, look again. They're terrible. They're flatter. I don't think they're flatter. They're like the same amount. Like there's more polygons. I would think because it's more powerful. But yeah, I think everything just looked more stable. Like I don't know if you noticed that jittery shit on PlayStation 1, but the graphics are constantly jittering around. It looks like crap. I think since the N64, the graphics are more stable. It lets you get a better look at what those graphics look like back in the day. Oh, and I think N64, they used a lot of anti-aliasing, so it looks smoother but also fuzzier. So I don't know if that's like probably a thing that makes some games look better, some games look worse. But yeah, a lot of games use that fuzzy edge looking thing just to smooth out those rough edges. Alright, I thought that water was gonna kill me, but nope, it's okay. The texture warping is your favorite. In the first Tomb Raider, Croft's three-dimensional character model is made of 230 polygons. In the first Tomb Raider? Man, that sounds like a lot, but I don't know, I guess when you think about it, it doesn't really come out to that much when you're making a 3D model. Yeah, because if that's what it looks like, then yeah, it's pretty low polygonal count. You have a perfectly good tub you can use. Hey, foreign. But what were you asking me? Oh, yes, stupid plastic container. I asked you to buy, you see, hydrofluoric acid won't eat through plastic. Are you just copy pasting Breaking Bad lines? Try to find an N64 game. Mario has, Mario, yeah, doesn't really have that many either, but that's all right, cause he's not supposed to look human and shit. I think it was smart to just use very little for that game. 240 versus 230. Damn, it still has more. The hell? Mario has more polygons. That's pretty crazy. So around the same, but N64 could make them look better stylistic. Yeah, stylistically, yeah, fucking all the Nintendo created games, yeah, they knew what they were doing. They could make shit look fucking cool as hell with very little polygons, but just I think really well animated. That's what it was that stood out. The animation was top notch. Whoa, shit, fuck, damn. God damn. Stylistically, newer games use less polygons because texture maps have gotten insane. Oh yeah, I guess you could get away with that now, like less polygons, better texture. You don't even notice the difference. Give me that. Damn. Okay, could go over here now. Fuck. Get the hell out of here, shit. Damn. Oh shit, what? Okay. And how much money do I got now? 294. And 4 lives. Wanna get more health, or at least more armor, then I'll save it. Infernal devices. Young Link has 434. Yeah, it sounds about right. Like, so less than Mario. That's surprising though, because Mario looks like the simplest character. But I guess Link just has more texture and everything going on, and Mario's more like flat colors. Alright, there's another world. Another level, I mean. Man, what is over there? It looks empty. Okay, there we go. Something. Just money. It's lame. Yeah, how many polygons on Donkey Kong? Because that was one of the later games, right? Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong probably has 500 polygons. Uh-oh. Oh shit, no. Don't want to waste that. No way, 700? Holy shit. Damn. I guess, yeah, since that was rare, they want to go all out with their models. They were always making everything look really good. But then sacrificing the frame rate too. Because, like, I know Perfect Dark had frame rate problems. GoldenEye. I feel like Conker's Bad Fur Day also had pretty bad frame rate. I think Donkey Kong, right? Also, so everything Rare made always had a problem sacrificing frame rate for good graphics. Wait, you're back? Wait, weren't you already there? Oh, you're surprised they brought him back? Brought Donkey Kong back? Donkey Kong is gonna be around forever. Alright, where do I want to go? How do I get over there? What the hell? Buck the Bunny? They brought him back? Who the hell's Buck the Bunny? Oh, man, I can't reach that for real. Oh, there we go. What is this? Say I can enter it. No, it's not there. Okay. Gonna show us Buck the Bunny.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Damn, seems like a big deal this video right from the start. Oh, that's him? Like from GameStop. The chicken came out in his eye. Black Ops 7. He's back. Alright, I didn't know what the hell you were talking about. Cause Buck the Bunny is like some other shit too. Let me show you what I thought it was. Buck the Bunny. You've probably seen this somewhere else. This crap. This is what I thought you were talking about. Check it out. This shit. I was like, Buck the Bunny, what? People actually wanted to bring him back. That's a fucking huge rabbit. Yeah, that's the only Buck the Bunny I ever heard of. But I guess I didn't know that the GameStop mascot even had a name. I just thought of it as the GameStop bunny or whatever. Yeah, Shareable never even heard of the mascot. Man, what was it, like 15 years ago that GameStop had that mascot and then they just canceled him. That's the only mascot GameStop had, yeah. The only one I remember they ever brought out. Worked during the era of Buck. Oh, you worked at GameStop? It was hell. Never even seen the GameStop mascot. Okay, 2010. Yeah, so yeah, like practically 15 years. That McDonald's commercial was big at the time. Oh, a little preview they showed. Let me see. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Cheeseburger
Yeah,
Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
I remember this shit. Yeah. Oh man. Played it with Bugs Bunny all the time. Yeah, I remember people singing that shit all the time too. That's how good that commercial was. Fucking brainwashed everybody into repeating it. Like Subway's $5 footlong song. The Burger King, have it your way. That bullshit. Oh, it's not over yet.
Jarrett
Oh, shit.
1991 just
I saw
redeemed.
this.
Choose a short YouTube video.
I saw this for some reason. They were showing it on this show, comedy news show last week tonight. This crap came out. I don't know why. Something about school lunch. Oh, those you missed the fillet of fish era? Damn. Chow Daddy. Fucking weird shit. Weird ass commercial for kids to eat lunch. You don't understand, Chow Daddy. Yeah, show us the food at least. Don't just talk about it, man. How am I supposed to be interested in burgers and whatever? Just hearing about it. Oh damn, I already went there. Looks like I'm just gonna have to save with this energy. Oh. Oh, found something. Damn. Oh shit, there we go, got health. Now I could make a save wherever the hell that place is. Chow Daddy, it's the Burger King formula. If they hype it enough, you'll be stoked enough to not starve once the terrible food is in front of you. Chow Uni. That's gonna be Uni's commercial. Chomp chomp chomp. Listen to Chow Uni. Chomp chomp chomp. Whoa, what's going on? What's going on? Oh shit. Popping up from the top. Chomp Uni, yeah. Call yourself Chomp Uni instead. Too bad Burger King is so subpar. Nothing, you have nothing to chow. That's gonna be your new channel, ASMR. Just hear Uni chow. I bet a lot of people would tune in to listen to Uni chow down. Yeah, I don't know, ASMR is, it's always weird. I don't know why people like it. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. It's weird, yeah. Uni's ASMR Chow Down channel. Alright, so I saved. We can go to that top one I saw right now. Oh wait, what the hell's going on down here? What? You don't mind food chewing noises, but a lot of people really don't like it. Yeah, it depends how crazy somebody goes on their food. If it's like subtle, quietly chewing, I don't mind. But if it's really loud and gross, sloppy, then it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I don't like it when somebody goes nuts, starts slobbering all over their food. Oh, that was you, Uni? Oh, I thought that was Macca's duck dance.
Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Oh shit, I almost died.
Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud.
Into the duck, guys.
Do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that
Yeah,
it's
Uni's
easy if you
annoyed by
follow
it.
me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck.
I'm annoyed by it when it's super loud and gross.
Is the whole world gone?
Gone.
Mad?
У них just redeemed that dance.
I turned off the mic when I was eating once. When I was eating on stream once, I was like, maybe I should turn off the mic. Holy shit, goddamn. Big ass jump. Where do I want to go? Okay, there. Bounce, bounce. There we go. Crunch loud ass Doritos into the mic. That's what I was doing actually. I was eating Doritos. Some flaming hot Doritos. And I was like, yeah, this has to be pretty loud on the mic and shit. At first I didn't care, but then I was like, yeah, maybe it's a bad idea. Crunch, crunch. The unkindest cuts. It makes you laugh. Yeah, the crunch, the sound of crunching that's not that bad. That wouldn't bother me. But if you're eating like spaghetti or something, oh, this fucker, no. Damn. Oh shit, another one. No, all the fairies. Damn it. If you're slurping on some spaghetti, then yeah, to me that's the gross sound of eating. Oh damn, I need a key. Takis with nacho cheese is where it's at. Just saying. Oh, I don't like Takis, man. Too much salt. Too much salt. Bad for blood pressure. The cheese is good though. I'll add cheese to nachos. Have you tried those blue Takis? Nah. GameStop putting Buck the Bunny in shitty memes on Twitter. Well, that's their plan. Like the commercial is pretty much what you could expect from them. They're gonna start making it seem like, oh, he was such a big deal, that character. You will not. Purple bag is it for Uni. Purple Takis. Yeah, show us the Twitter memes. You never had Takis? Damn, surprising. Okay, Mac? What? You're upset that I don't like Takis? They're terrible. The worst snack. Okay, here we go. Some Buck the Bunny memes. They're trying really hard to bring Buck back. When your boss wants you to promote Black Friday deals, but you're just a chill guy. So he's got his own channel, his own Twitter. Wait, I can't go to it? What the hell? Oh, I actually have to sign in. Nah, screw that. Got rid of Twitter, so nope, cannot sign in. You don't think you'll ever sign into Twitter again either? Oh yeah, I just deleted the whole account. So I can't sign in anymore. Yeah, Twitter can go to hell. It's been ruined. It's time for Blue Sky. Blue Sky to take over, damn it. Damn, where the hell? Okay, I was looking for a key. Hopefully. Sick of that crazy ghost. Tired of his crap. Oh man, I need keys for everything. Whoa, crap. Oh shit. Hell yeah. Looks like I could jump over there. Holy shit. No, god damn it. Oh man, so close. Oh, that's the freaking ghost. Oh, come back. Yeah, I got robbed on that jump. Yeah, what a piece of crap. They should make stock market the mascot for GameStop. The guy that told everybody, what's his name? They made a whole movie about the guy that let everybody know about GameStop stock and to buy it. His name is like, well, his username or whatever for Twitter was like something kitty. They made a movie called Dumb Money. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that a bunch of people made those Wall Street a-holes look like a bunch of jerks and made them lose a lot of their money. Man, do I have any keys? Nope. Yeah, I guess they wanted me to jump doing that instead. Wait, Seth Rogen? Oh yeah, Seth Rogen is in Dumb Money. Yeah, he's one of the Wall Street jerks that gets ripped off. Or not ripped off, it's just like what he deserved. Like they were playing by the rules. All the people that bought GameStop's stock at that time, they were just doing it because they had the ability to. There was nothing wrong with what they did. So it just caught all the Wall Street guys off guard, and they didn't know what to do. They're like, shit, GameStop is being bought by all these regular ass people. Oh man, what do we do? Lose a couple billion. Whoops. Oh shit, hey Turnbuck. What's up, man? Just talking about the stock market as usual. Shout out Turnbuck. Show us what you got. Show me what you got. Oh shit, where's the clip? Oh damn. There you go.
Yeah, fuck Chad. I'm a good guy.
Dang, you wish we all bought? Yeah, that would have been freaking bam. Just to buy even like $100 worth or something at the very beginning. Holy crap. Would have made some serious money just off of that. Good chunk of change. Show you what I got, but don't show anyone else. Alright, send it to the DMs. I should make that an alert. I don't know if anybody watches Rick and Morty, but that's what I was thinking of when I say that. Show me what you got. It's from Rick and Morty. I'm gonna make that into an alert for something, or just trigger fire alert just for the hell of it. Rick and Morty. I don't know. I know some people don't like Rick and Morty because the guy that created it, whatever. Man, all these cartoon creators all getting in trouble. Ren and Stimpy's creator. Fucking, I heard the guy that created, man, what was it? Some Cartoon Network show. I think the Fairly Odd Parents. He's also like a racist or some shit. Some crazy crap. And which way should I go? Man, is that where I came from? Down there. This place is fucking insane. A ghost. The Fairly Racist Parents. That's the new name. Damn, there's a lot of places to go. Shit. Oh, man. Fairly Odd Parents dude turned super Christian and crowdfunded a Christian streaming service, and he scammed everyone. Okay, that's what it was. Ripped off a bunch of Christians. But I think he also tweeted something that was kind of racist or some shit. Longsword, okay. I mean, ripping off a bunch of Christians, that's fine. I don't mind that. Rip off all the Christians. But when he starts saying crazy racist shit, then it's time to cancel his ass. Whoa, what the fuck is that? What the hell? Holy shit, never seen that guy. There's a freaking running goat now. God damn. New enemy of the day. Oh shit, that never stops going. Okay, fuck. Oh, what the fuck? Damn. Trying to be careful and then I do that. Full health. Damn, 50, might as well. Shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. Fairly Odd Parents got shitty towards the end. Oh man, I don't know. I did watch it in the beginning, but I think only the first season, and I was like, I don't really like this show. I don't care about this. Bring back Invader Zim, damn it. That's the show that I actually cared about. Oh, there was a little health battle there. Damn it. Oh shit, that guy with the axe. Gotta watch out. Damn, still got me. That SOB. Oh shit. Oh man, I didn't notice that was a trap. Damn. You didn't like the live action movie? That was the Rule 34. Didn't know we needed it. Did you see the live action movie? Anybody? Oh, what's that one? Oh, the storm one. Okay, yeah. That one's awesome. Scrape. Scrape. Oh shit, no. Damn. Gotta kill those little pigs right away. Oh, what's this? Cow boxers, 300. Oh man. Keep trying to sell me cow boxers. I don't want them. Wait, what the hell? That is the way to go, shit. Damn, every jump looks far away. God damn. Oh, shit. Oh man, fucking ghosts. Everybody's coming after me. Nope. You saw it. It was as well done as it could be. So it was quality movie. Oh. Okay, weird. Oh damn. Right, get up there. No way I could reach that. Oh, the fucking brains. Okay, shit. Oh my god, this fucking sucks. Fuck that sword. Oh shit, goat man, goddamn. Alright, that's good. Do I really want that key? Probably not. Whoa, shit. Damn. Oh no, fucking goddamn. Oh man, it just got me. What? Man, can I jump? Holy crap, can I duck it? Does it look like I'm lower than that? Shit. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm safe. Alright, shit. Nope, don't hurt me. Yeah, you piece of shit. Oh, health. Health, yeah. Oh man. Messing up left and right. Jesus, holy shit, it's crowded over here. What the fuck? Damn. Too much crap going on there. Jeez. Another life down. Son of a bitch. Or maybe now I should check this out. Damn. Damn. These jumps are insane. Man, no keys. Come back here. 49. Oh, not the stupid goat. Damn it. Cool. Shit. No, now it's not really not worth it then. Oh wait, there was a chest, wasn't there? Yes. Oh, but now it's a dog. Screw that. Oh, damn it. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Son of a bitch. Damn, just barely got that. Oh shit. Oh, I got one key, okay. Damn. And that was the end. Alright. Mission accomplished. 78. Having some breakfast, Macca's. Is it breakfast time? Wait, how do I get up there? Oh no, not you. Little pig. Oh, she's a goat. Damn, still no way to get to that. Shit. Overkill. Overkill that goat. I'm so close. Oh shit, maybe. Yeah, that looks like it's possible. What was up here? Armor. Just money. Okay, that does. Yeah, I could do that. Whoop. Oh, did you see yesterday, Macca's, when Tap showed up in the afternoon and I was still playing? I was still on and he was like, "What the fuck? How are you still alive?" He said he left tab open for me in the morning and then he comes back and I'm still on. Oh yeah, you were there? Yeah. That was funny. Like, has to be doing some cocaine or some shit. Oh, 150 for a life, free life. Yeah, that would be worth it. Fuck. Gotta go for it. And now I could save. And fucking tap. Right, that's a save. On to the next. Did you tell me you're gonna join the 12-hour stream club? Gonna start streaming more. There's a club? I'll join that club. I could do that. I did a 16-hour stream once. As long as you can take breaks, should be all right. I just need like a lunch break in the middle, and then I could stream for like another like 6 hours or whatever it takes. Yeah, you and those are in it. Wait, what? How did I get in it? Don't you have to sign up or something? Yeah, those was on for how long? His longest recent stream. It's like 24 hours, wasn't it? Meant 12-hour stream club. Oh, okay, just messing around. Well, I thought there was a club, then everybody supports each other. That would be cool. Just fucking rating onto the next 12-hour streamer. Here you go. Pass it on. Insomniac is the warrior. He did 3.5 hour. 3.5 hour. Wait. Oh, 3 12 hours. 3 12-hour streams in a row. Shit. Oh, here's Barf. With the third duck dance.
Well, I ain't never been
Yeah,
to
gotta
school,
start
but
your
the friends
day
I
with the
have found,
duck.
I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them
Shake
around.
those
Doing
tail
the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9 just redeemed tag dancing.
Barf music stream, DJ stream, DJ Barf. Does this mean no say no day off on Friday? They're not gonna give you Friday off? No shit. Oh, here we go. Thanks for shout out. How's Maximo? Going pretty good. What is this? The fourth world?
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck.
Well, no, actually, I guess Fridays, Black Fridays or whatever, they're not a given for a lot of places.
Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Ikkabots just redeemed tag dance.
Damn. Trying to see if I still got Barf's duck dance. Where did I put it? Shit. Oh, damn. I'm not sure. Desktop? Could it be? Nope. Mad. We love the duck dance. You gonna have the whole duck dance memorized? Are you gonna stream it? Show us your duck dance moves. Oh, hey Vidya, welcome in. Morning. Barf gotta show us the duck dance in real life. Thinking the same thing, Ika. Everyone learn the duck dance. No problem, Vidya. Right. Where am I going? What the hell is this?
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck
world gone mad?
Donald's Gave Media Betty Just Redeemed Tag Dance.
Oh, nice detective. Oh, thanks for the lurk video. There he goes. Baby Huey is probably the biggest duck on Earth. Quite possibly. We don't know for a fact, but it looks pretty good. Yeah, this guy's gonna hit me. Shit. Damn you, bastard. Can't avoid that. Oh, thank God. Oh shit, no. Get away. Oh fuck. I didn't see this asshole. Shit. Damn. Bag of money. Never thought about when he gets older, he'll be like triple the size. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a baby. So that means he's at his smallest right now. Adult Huey. Oh, what is this shit? Oh, okay, one of these triggers. Gotta get ready for work, so Lurksville. Alright, Barf, thanks for the lurk. Oh, hey, Derp. Suppose he's still yellow, still got yellow fur. Yeah, he's got a what's the regular gut color? Green. That means he'll be an adult if he's green. Or white. There's Derp playing Mega Man.
Spreadro engaged.
Or bass. What is that one called?
Or Tengumin is another pushover.
That's the game with just bass.
Weakness.
Starring. Never really played that one. Mega Man and bass. Oh, okay.
I say that as I die. Yeah, whatever.
No problem, Derp. Yeah. Man, there's so many Mega Man games I still gotta play.
God.
I wanna call myself a Mega Man.
He's a pushover. Well, like he pushed me off the flipping edge, dude.
All the Zero games. I just don't think I'd play those RPG ones or whatever you call those. They're like, what are they called? Mega Man something about collecting. It's like Mega Man / Pokemon. You played every Mega Man? Yeah. Battle Network, yeah, that I do not like the look of those. I would not want to play any of them. I mean, I did play one of them and I was like, nah, this is not even a Mega Man game anymore. This is something else, and I don't like it. Damn, what the hell? It's another trigger on that side. Holy shit. Do I go forward? Totally valid. Do you play those? Have you actually gotten into those battle networks? Cause yeah, I just couldn't do it. Not real Mega Man games to me. You have? So like actually beat all of them, or at least one? Went all the way through the entire game? Those must be like 50-hour games, right? Since they're like RPGs or something. They're fun? Oh, okay. All of them? Damn. You beat all of them? Yeah. I mean, they're popular for a reason, I guess. They made a bunch of those. So some people like them. Oh, damn. Wait, how do you get to that? Oh, shit. What? Oh shit, what the fuck? Doesn't look like I could make it through here. Wait, no, that's exactly where they want me to go, I think. I don't trust that jump. Gotta do it this way, I think. Yeah, that's much better. They mostly only clock in 15 to 20. Alright, not as bad as some RPGs, I guess. The 50-hour ones, those I cannot get into many. Many RPGs that are like that. I mean, most of them are like that, really. The serious RPGs. Alright, swipe. And okay. Ooh, what's that? Shield of Midas. Oh, the one that collects treasure. Hold R2. Alright, cool. That's a good one. Yeah, same as you say, as you just finished 2 Persona games. Damn. Yeah, those seem like those started getting popular suddenly, like in the last 5 years. A lot of people started playing Persona out of nowhere. Uh-oh. Damn, okay. Oh, this guy. Where are you, Ghost? It's hiding somewhere. Oh, no, no, no. Come on. Shit, I don't want to fall off. Damn. Yeah, Persona. Now, those are 50-hour games, right? Oh, I was supposed to go here. Okay. $100, God. But that's only if you're a perfectionist or whatever, a completionist, whatever the hell they're called, right? Or is that just a normal playthrough? Because holy shit, I would not want to play a 100-hour RPG. Normal playthrough? Fuck. No way, man. That's crazy. Oh shit. I think I could make this jump. Yes, okay, yeah. Alright. Damn, but there was more to do, it feels like, over there. There's like 2 different paths then, I guess. Oh shit. Oh man. Damn it. Oh, what the hell? Jesus Christ. Persona 3 Reload took you 90 hours to beat at regular pace. Damn, yeah. 90 hours. And did you play that on Twitch, or was that off stream? Let's see, cause I think I'm following you. Let's see, am I? Yeah. But I don't think I don't know what was it that I saw you playing most recently. Oh shit. Barf. Another duck dance for Barf. Off-stream playthrough, okay. Early stream this year. As you get dressed, need to hear Huey.
Well, I ain't never been to school,
as you're putting your shirt on and everything. Gotta dance.
Waddle around, so put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck.
Remember seeing
Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Pokemon model kit stream?
Doing the duck.
Okay, you're building a
Raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck.
How long ago was that? Building a Pokemon model.
World gone.
Probably in the summer, right?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
Barfo. El Barfo. Alright. Damn, almost out of the shield. Nope. Damn it. Oh, this guy. Fuck. Oh, no, no, no. Nope. During the summer? Yeah, I don't know why, but that's what I was thinking. Like, seems like that was in the summer. Oh shit, where the hell? Can I... Okay, shit. I can barely walk on this. But there's nothing here. Whoa. Whoa, he gave me armor. Holy shit. That's rare. Wait, but then there's this elevator thing. Holy crap, what? Man, I gotta jump that. Too risky, not taking it, not taking that chance. Lava everywhere, damn it. Oh wait, I could get to... Yes, awesome. With that shield, can grab whatever. Now I feel like getting that armor, but that jump is insane. I don't know. Is that what I'm supposed to do to get it? Holy crap. Damn. Damn. You sons. Oh shit. More armor. Damn. Oh, hell yeah. What are your thoughts on Game Awards nominees? this year. Well, I saw them and I forgot them already. Yeah, I don't really get into new games. What was the only one I thought was interesting, I might play eventually, is that Astrobot. But that's just because it's a Super Mario ripoff. The other games I had no interest in at all. And I can't even remember any of them except Wukong. That was like the only one I remember. Wukong, the whatever legendary tale, something. I don't know. I don't know what the real name was. Just about the Monkey King. That same old story. Dragon Ball story. Super Mario Galaxy 3. Yeah, I think it matches that more than Odyssey, right? Has more of a Galaxy feel. The only one you have is Astrobot. Yeah, that's probably the only one a lot of people have. Most people. Oh, did you ask? Yeah, we ran out of TTS. Oh, you're asking Rude Joker. Yeah, we ran out of that on Sunday. Everyone was using it to make to ask Mike Tyson questions. And Marge's crazy voice. That doesn't sound like Marge at all. You want to play Black Myth? Oh, that's the name. Black Myth Wukong, yeah. I just remembered the Wukong part. Yeah, but that one, I don't know. That one also, I do not feel any interest in playing that. Oh, damn, 2 pigs? No. Get away, pigs. No, 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 no. Oof. Two, 3. Shit, turn around. Fuck. If Final Fantasy VII, Rebirth, and Metaphor don't really have interest. Oh, those are the other nominees. Metaphor, yeah, I don't know what that is. Was that? Oh, I think Doze was playing that, right, Macas? Doze was playing Metaphor. Was that the demo he was playing? And it took a long ass time to do the demo. It was? Okay, yeah. So that's one of the games of the year, Metaphor. Baltaro? Shit. Another one, I have no idea what the hell that is. I'm out of touch with all these new games. It's like they're from another world. Metaphor is basically Shin Megami Tensei and Persona combined. Oh. You think? Taking a guess. It's a card game, what? Damn. A card game for Game of the Year. Alright. I'm headed down this way, right? I think. I hope this is, yeah, this gotta be it. Aw, man, still got me. Oh, made by the same people. Oh, okay. Coming soon to a chat near you in a world of retro gaming nostalgia. Join Omega's chat where Derp battles the Mega Man universe and clocks in 90-hour Persona marathons. Barf tunes in for Huey while McDonald's dreams of playing Black Myth Wukong. Will Super Mario Galaxy 3 reign supreme at the Game Awards? What? Stay tuned for more Omega Maximo Mario Party action. Yeah, Super Mario Galaxy 3. I think he confused the AI, the Frosty Tools. Made the AI think there's a Galaxy 3. Not even a game. So into retro and jank. Now you don't really follow what comes out anymore. Yeah, me too, pretty much. I'll play some janky shit here. And mostly just older games. I can't think of what was the last new game I played. I think Streets of Rage Part 4. That's new. That's probably the newest game I played. Most recently and shit. I keep seeing videos recommended to me, and I guess it's just because I started watching one video that started it off, the algorithm saying like why video games are terrible today. So now every video says that new games suck. Everyone likes the old games. Fuck new games. I think even one guy says that games started to go downhill around 2003 or something. Around that time that's when games started to get lame as hell. The downfall. I think it was later on. Yeah, for me, I think games started to get like out of hand like after the Wii, probably. After the Wii, PlayStation 3 era, entering the PlayStation 4 era, that's when games, I think, for me, a lot of the new stuff, I was like, what? Not interested. Uh-oh, goat. Yeah, I just stick to Nintendo stuff for anything new. Yeah, there's not much else I would play. Holy crap, who's throwing all that shit? Was that me? What the fuck? Got a crazy new power. Let's see, missed some the chat here, was able to... Oh, yeah, Mecca said he's mostly into jank and retro. Derp was able to accidentally gaslight, yeah, Frosty Tools. He tricked Frosty Tools. Fall Guys? Oh yeah, Fall Guys. You could say that's new. Stream Fall Guys and played Yeah, with Uni and you, yep. So that's another new one. Feel like the indie scene has picked up. Yeah, that's true. I think the indie games are more fun a lot of times. They come up with more interesting ideas, not just the same old shit. Wash, rinse, repeat. Fucking NBA 2K every year. Call of Duty every year. Same shit. Different year. PS4 was the beginning of the end. Yeah, I think it was really. For a lot of people, that's when games started to get kind of boring. Nintendo has been very good with games this year. Yeah. See, I always look forward to Nintendo stuff because, I don't know, they just seem to be able to make actually fun games. Especially with them giving Metroid Prime 4 a trailer. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Finally, after how many years? We've been waiting for something Metroid Prime 4. Oh man, they had to start all over at one point. I remember the news saying like, oh, after 4 years of development, they said fuck that, we're starting from scratch. Like damn, they just threw away 4 years of work. Is Cave Story new? Nah, that's kind of old already by now. It's definitely over like 15 years old. I want to say it's even like maybe 20 years old. You think game companies treat every new Call of Duty, FIFA, Madden like a bag of chips? Open, consume. Yeah, and not only the companies, but like the consumers themselves. They're just like, what year is this? Let me get the newest Madden, FIFA, NBA 2K, and then throw that shit away after 1 year. Get the new one. Like, what the hell? It's the same game every year. Stop throwing your money away. The exact same fucking thing. It's like somebody pointed out once, like all it is roster, for whatever sports game. It's a roster update 24 or whatever. You just get a new lineup of players on your team. Big whoop. I don't want that diamond. Screw that. Do I have keys? Yeah, 1 key. Oh, I'm not the axe throwing asshole. Can I kill him? Nope. Damn, that jump looks too far. Oh shit, as of December 20th, Cave Story will be... Alright, it is 20 years old, holy shit. So, damn, came out in 2004. Yeah. And that game is a little weird. I mean, when you try to categorize it, because it's new. It was new at the time, but it was trying to look like an 8-bit game. But yeah, I would still consider it like pretty old. 20 years, that's pretty damn old already. Oh, why the fuck did I do that? Damn, that's a long ass jump. Holy shit. 2 lives. Ooh, man. This fucking game. Bringing up the difficulty now. Think you can make a jump? Nope. No, you can't. I was trying to kill that skeleton at the same time as jumping. Cause then shit like that happens. You end up flying off the edge. The original version was based on, oh yeah, a Flash game, I think, yeah. Not Flash? Oh. Yeah, it was definitely first on PC, and then started coming out on consoles. Oh, freeware, yeah. That's what it was, so anybody could just download it and play it. Yeah, then they started making like different versions of it. It was, oh damn it, I knew that was gonna be a dog. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, they make so many different ones. They start to look different, really. Like they change the graphics on a couple versions of it. There you go. That's what I wanted to do to that other skeleton. Oh wait, I got something over there. Oh, the sword, but it's gone. It's gone now, so screw that. Cave Story was a WiiWare game, so oh yeah, that's the one I played actually. I had the WiiWare version. I played the whole thing on Twitch. It's a pretty badass game. Shit, I like that. I didn't know it was like there's more to it than just playing the game straight through. That there's different endings, different weapons if you do certain things. That was cool, but I haven't gone back to try that out yet. Very influential at the time for the, oh yeah, definitely. I think that one, oh man, and there was some other little game that I think really blew everybody away. And it was made by one person. Well, actually, you could say that about a couple of games. That one RPG that looks like Earthbound. That one, I still want to play that. Actually, that's an RPG I would actually want to finish. What the hell was that called? Undertale, yeah, that one. Yep, that's the one. That one, I don't know. It's like I don't really play RPGs that much, but stuff like Earthbound and that Undertale, that actually interests me, so I would want to check that out. Still gotta play Mother 3 or whatever. Earthbound 2, Mother 3. Oh shit. Can't let this guy kill me. No. Oh, you bastard. Got me. Wait, but there was something up here. Anything? Damn, it's gone, isn't it? Or wait, looks like I can go higher. Yeah, what the hell was going on up here? It's a lot of shit. Oh, there was a goat, right? Holy shit. All these assholes. Damn, too many. Mother 3 isn't all you played it. Feel that an official Mother 3 localization is never gonna... Yeah, they've been holding that forever. I don't know why they can't just make those little changes that I think they're concerned about, like censorship in the US, because some of the characters get naked or some stupid shit. Something perverted that wouldn't be allowed in the US. They could just fucking do some simple little censorship. And any dialogue that's problematic, they could change all that. Oh hell yeah, armor. Now we're talking. Yeah, it's been forever, and Nintendo's afraid to make an official English translation. And I forgot, somebody came up with a good title for it too. I wish they would just go ahead and call it whatever, because there was Earthbound Beginnings, then just Earthbound, and then I guess something like Earthbound Future or something that made you think like, oh okay, that it was all planned like that, right? Beginnings, middle, whatever, regular, and then future. I wish they made the game they were working on for the N64. I think that was actually gonna be called Earthbound 64. That would have been cool if they actually went ahead with that. Damn. There was more down there, I guess. Shit. I wanna actually check out what the hell is going down. Oh shit. Where the hell was it? Seems like there's stuff to explore down here too. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh man. Oh, this camera doesn't let you see shit. Fuck, I'm going straight over there. One life. Whew, that sucks. What the fuck? man. Damn it. Whoa, 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 shit. Jump, jump, jump. Treasure, treasure anywhere. Oh, so wait a second, what the fuck? Oh, that's all that was down here. Shit. Should have just gone there first. Oh man, so many lives just threw away for little dumb things. Oh shit, I thought you were dead, fucker. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, what the fuck? Jeez. Diamond. Wait, is that a green diamond? Nah, it just looks weird. Okay. Time to not fuck this up. Oh, I could shoot that guy, I think. What? He blocked it. Fuck. No way. What the fuck? Oh, okay. He's dead. Shit. What about this guy? I don't like him standing there. Damn, does not reach. Oof, but that is the jump I gotta make. Oh, fuck. Down to 1 health. 1 chunk of health. And we got another fucking bot. Bot of the day. Not cause you're not knocking out these bots. I'll just start over since I saved. Slice. Alright. Start at the beginning of that mission. %. Oh, damn, who the hell's on right now? Yahoo. Seth Emmanuel, what the hell? Got somebody rated. This person, I don't know. Oh, okay. Now it's I get it. Gonna leave a lurk for some people. Lurk. That's logical. She raided here once, so lurk. Who else? Anybody else? Blah, 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 blah. Alright, that's good enough. Back to the game. Three lives. Oh. But I could buy a fourth life round. Oh damn. Yeah, all 150. Oh shit, where am I jumping to? Jesus. No, get away, goats. Son of a bitch. Uh-oh. Down the gullet. Damn it. No. Come here. Sneaky bastards. Oh no, you little fuck. Nope. Ah, what? What if I go that way? Cheap bastard. What the fuck? Yeah, what the hell's going on? Armor shits. Can't afford it. No. Oh man. Oh, hey, Lady Link. Popping in to say hi, Mac. At work, eat some food, drink some water, all the stuffs. Oh, you're telling me to eat
Hey,
food?
what are you doing here?
Okay.
Oh.
I will. I think it's
Okay, little guy.
time for food. Give it an hour, I think. Then I'll take a little break. Thanks for popping in. And yeah, I can give you a hug back.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh.
Take your break.
Okay, little guy.
To have a good day at work. Enjoy your lunch. And hell yeah, time to duck dance. That's a break. That counts as a break.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Some tea.
Oh. Okay, little guy.
Hugging ducks all
Never
around.
been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put Put your feet on the ground, you gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 Just Redeemed Tag Dance.
Hugs and ducks for everybody. Damn, all this is one of those never-ending dealies. Oh wait, it did end. Well, ooh, an ice sword. Oh man, so messed up jump. Oh no, god damn it. Not cool. Oh, I got the ice sword? What the hell? Okay. Got to keep it. What is hitting me? What was that? Something just hits me for no reason. What the hell? Oh man. Oh man, just gonna start over, but because screw all that. But I wanna see what's up there. 2 lines. Oh, bastard. This level's pretty big. What the hell? There's a lot of places to explore. Oh no, not you. Fucking ghost. Whatever the hell you are. Damn it. Oh man. Damn. So hard to judge these jumps. Wow. Right. Down the gullet. Oh no, fuck. Keep forgetting about him. Hey, Ichabats. Bob in your head. Oh wait, down the gullet. Shit. Maybe I should go the other way. Right. Yeah, let's try the original way to go. Oh shit, nope. And a ghost. Let's see that ghost. Still got me. Yeah, that's the gullet. I'm assuming that's a gullet. Oh shit, nope. Don't want to take any wild jumps. Wild ass jumps. Fuck. Damn. Ooh, alright. Down the gullet. Oh wait, what was that? Oh. You were doing research on the Barnyard show? Oh yeah, there was a show, yeah. The Barnyard show, and apparently it's even more whacked out than the movie. Oh, you forgot that it was even worse? Even crazier? Yeah, I still feel like I gotta watch the rest of it. The majority of that movie. Shit. I feel like I only saw the very first 10 minutes or something. Oh man. Man, it's kinda tough to get around that. Treasure, where the hell? Shit. Alright. Whoa, fuck. They canceled it after 2 seasons, and after the first season they knew they weren't getting renewed for a third, so the second season is crazy as fuck and goes off the rails. Shit. Yeah, that's pretty cool that they knew they were pretty much canceled and they decide, let's go crazy. Shit. Let's just fucking go all out. Fuck Nickelodeon. They fired us. Let's make the most fucked up show possible. Let's Ren and Stimpy up this shit. I think I will jump this. Fuck. Holy shit, what a crazy ass jump. Oh man, now I gotta get back though. Damn, even doing this jump seems fucked up. Maybe I could jump straight ahead to that one platform. Ooh, shit. Oh man. Ooh. Nah, they sang a song called what? Big Tits? Oh, in the recording booth. And a producer walked in and they said, "What are you gonna do? Cancel us some more?" What big tits? The fuck? Man, if only they could have snuck that into the show. Talking about dick tits. Damn, that was a fucking crazy jump. Nope, gotta get away, get away. Damn. Fuck. Damn, they messed me up. Yep. Took some damage. Someone said too, apparently after episode 3 they were out of ideas. So they did whatever. Episode 3 of the second season or the first? Because that'll be funny. After the first season they ran out of ideas already. The first season? Oh shit. Yeah, what do we do now? The movie pretty much explained everything that happens. Bunch of animals getting together to party. Oof, that was scary. Don't not get hit by stupid zombies. Another ad passed by, or it's... Oh, it's in progress, yeah. Omega's chat. A tale of nostalgia and absurdity unfolds. Ichabod's cheers and a cryptic chant, while McDonald's dives into the bizarre world of Barnyard, revealing a saga of cancellation and chaos. Songs about dick tits echo in the void left by lost episodes as the show's creators embrace madness over monotony. It's a retro riot. Damn, Frosty Tools actually mentioned dick tits. I remember too, there's an episode where the main cow is a Batman type hero. Song about dick tits. Yeah, a cryptic chant. They must mean duck. Yeah, what was the emote? Oh, the American Psycho nodding his head. That's what they think is cryptic for some reason. Yeah, the AI couldn't figure out what the hell is that? Some dude bobbing his head. Oh, Cowman, that's what they called it. Yeah, it does sound like they ran out of ideas. If they're all of a sudden it becomes about a superhero cow. Oh, and yeah, Steve Odenkirk, he actually worked on the show too. That makes sense. It's his weird ass creation. Yeah, take that. Oh man, I think I died on this fucking little bullshit jump. Fuck. I don't know why that's so scary. Alright. Oh, damn. A really cool sword is over there. Shit. Fuck you, two pigs. Yeah, I got the fire sword. That's good enough. Fuck that. Not gonna risk getting hurt for the cool sword. I get hurt enough with these regular ass enemies. Oh yeah, Jimmy Neutron, he worked on that too. Steve Odenkirk helped Jimmy Neutron get off the ground too. Yeah, I kind of remember hearing about that. He also worked on that. It seems like his kind of weird sense of humor too. Oh, what? Damn it. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Can't fight with these freaking walls in the way. Damn, they messed me up. Oh, I need a few more coins. 17 coins, shit. Yeah, fuck that dude. Damn, 10 more. Whoa. They tried to do what they did with Jimmy Neutron with Barnyard by making a movie, then the show, but guess the show never went anywhere. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron at least went on for years, right? I think a lot of people still remember Jimmy Neutron. Whereas Barnyard, I think some people might not even know what the hell that is.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Only people that remember Barnyard is us. Probably. Just a few people. Shit. Oh, hey Duke. Yeah, having a pretty good one. Hope you are too, Duke. How's Ghouls and Ghosts? Doing pretty good right now. Had to redo this level already like 3 times, but I think I got it now. Hopefully beat it right now in a little bit. There's Duke. Shout out to Duke.
200 dust. Do you think he's strong enough to take it from me?
Playing, what's that called? Oh wait, no, I was thinking that was Hearthstone or whatever. It's another card game.
No horn, but there's a couple of Empress Bees here.
Storybook Brawl, okay. Whenever I see a card game, I just immediately think it's Hearthstone or whatever. One of the few games like that I ever played. Oh shit, no way. You were one of the top players in the world? Oh, and it's... Yeah, I think I remember you telling me that it's dead now. Well, it existed. Kind of based off Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Yeah. I forgot if you told me you were one of the best players in the world. That still sounds nuts and shit if you did tell me. Holy crap. For anybody to say legitimately I was one of the best in the world. Got bought by oh, what? He got bought by a crypto exchange. Then the exchange got shut down for fraud. Oh, fucking hell. What a way to go. That game didn't deserve that. Oh, and it was the big one, FTX. The one that's in the news well, it was in the news all the time for fraud. Wait, I didn't buy that? Oh yeah, I didn't have the money. 10 coins. I still need that. It was pretty big in the news, yeah. That I remember seeing those letters FTX all the time. Like what's the latest on that guy that committed fraud? That asshole. Friedman something. Alright, Goatsman. Aw, come on, that doesn't hurt him. Somehow it does not reach. There we go. Oh shit, I ran out. The owner was friends with the devs of SBB. Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried. Yeah, that guy. Did they let him go? Whoa, that guy just fell. Did he get away with it or just do a couple months in jail? Forgot whatever happened to him. I think they sent him to jail. Hopefully. Hopefully he didn't get away with it scot-free. Too many rich people just get away with all sorts of crap. Yeah, I'm sick of it. You dirty criminals out there. Damn, so many skeletons here. Oh, damn it. Why did I do that? Yeah, I hope he went to jail. The owner... Google says he's still in jail. Okay. Oh, damn. Actually gonna do... Well, hopefully he does 25 years. Never know when they're suddenly gonna say, oh, we feel sorry for him, let him out. Like all of a sudden this year, after the movie about the two brothers that killed their parents, that Netflix movie, all of a sudden they want to let them go now. And I don't know why they let Bill Cosby go. Still wondering what the fuck happened there. Oh, he's old. So what? Fucking raped all those women. Let him burn in hell. Oh, but he's old. Let him out. He's learned his lesson. Whoa, shit. These jumps. Sure, he just has rich friends who pulled strings. Yeah. I see him escaping, or not escaping, I mean just, they're gonna let him out eventually just because he's got rich friends. Oh my god, this sucks. Can't see the fucking ground. Shit. Oof. Fucking hate this. Alright, that's safe. Okay. Oof. Now I could buy this armor. And go back. Hopefully not die. Justice system is only for, yeah, the poor to get punished and for the rich to just get away with whatever the hell they want. It really is like when people bring up the like laws that really hurt poor people, let's say like traffic laws or whatever, speeding tickets, parking tickets, those can really ruin a person's like their whole year. They gotta pay all those fees and all that. And a rich person, they pay the same to them like fucking chump change. It ain't shit. Couple $100 for a parking ticket, speeding ticket, it's nothing. But to a regular person, it's pretty devastating. They need to make it so that it hurts a rich person, like makes them really feel it, like, man, charge them fucking $10,000 for each parking ticket. I bet that won't even really hurt most rich people. Oh, hey Gaster, what's up? Oh, this is Maximo for the PS2. Ghost to Glory. That's the little subtitle. Shout out to Gaster. What was that? You mean it's oh, there's Gaster playing Doom? Looks like original Doom with the BFG. The BFG 9000. Forgot, is that what they called it? BFG 9000. Just like Barface 9000. Oh yeah, Doom 1? Okay, yeah. Can barely tell a difference sometimes. Doom 1, Doom 2. It's possible that SBF defrauded his rich friends. Oh yeah, maybe that's why he's actually getting punished. Because he defrauded rich people. That's when you get in trouble. Just like what's his face? Bernie Madoff. He ripped off rich people and he went to jail and ended up dead in jail. So if you're ripping off rich people, you're definitely going to jail. Chapter 2, oh, of Doom. That was the second level. Yeah, did you know the BFG was named after you, Barf? The ultimate gun in Doom, the Barf face now.
_savage_quest just raided.
Hey Savage, thanks for the raid. Not second level, but chapter 2 finale. Oh. Shout out Savage. Let's see what he's got going on. Oh, I keep forgetting it's the Savage. The Savage quest. Show me what you got. Duck season. What? Duck season PC?
Are you fucking high?
For sure there's a famous quote, if the penalty for a crime is a fine, then that law only exists for the lower class. Or something like that. Yeah, that's a good quote. I think that explains it. Yeah, that explains it pretty well. It's only a law against the poor. Rich people, they couldn't care less losing a little bit of money. Fucking PC going crazy, had to end stream. Oh, right now. It was going crazy. Damn. I think somebody else was saying their computer was flipping out on them. So yeah, and my computer went to hell like 2 months ago. Fucking computers suck. Always breaking down, god damn it. Oh yeah, I know. Godilla, his computer went to hell too. So yeah, a ton of people having computer problems this year. Windows update? Oh shit. Yeah, somebody told me that that's probably what killed my computer. A Windows update. Like, damn, what a piece of crap. It dies because of an update. Oh, this jump killed me for sure. I fucked up this jump. Shit, almost fucked it up again. God. Oof. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, there's that asshole, which I don't know if I could hit him. Probably not. Nope. Doesn't look like it. No problem, Savage. Oh, you love those South Park? Yeah. All the characters, South Park. We love South Park. It's a perfect show. 3 desktops? Damn. Have a new gaming desktop. You built. Just need to install another power supply. Oh shit. Damn. Sounds like you got a ton of computing power going on there. Oh man, somehow I gotta get over there without getting hurt. I wish I could kill these guys. without having to risk getting damaged. Good luck on that. Alright. Insanely long jump. Here we go. Alright, that worked. Don't go to Dell for a PC, they are a nightmare. Damn, what kind of computer do I have? I don't think it's a Dell, but I didn't try to get anything too crazy. Let's see, what is this shit? Oh, it's HP actually, yeah, no. I remember, HP, whatever, Hewlett Packard. I don't know if those are good or bad or what. I don't know nothing about computers. I just got a pretty powerful one, and that's all I was thinking about. Give me the most powerful computer that's not too damn expensive. Whatever. The new one he just built is an Asus Rampage Mark III. Yeah, see, they always have fucking badass names. I think that's how they got me with this one. It was called the HP Victus. I was like, Victus sounds pretty cool. I'll take that one. Rampage Mark III with i7. But you're going to put a new video card in it because it's got the same video card as the one you're using now, which is a NVIDIA GeForce GT 1030. Shit. Yeah, I wonder what the hell I got. I know it is NVIDIA GeForce, I don't know, RTX it says. Yeah. That's all I see here. Little stickers still on it. Good choice, that's a Fancy Boy. Fancy Boy Asus. You don't speak PC building? Sounds good. Yeah, I get lost with all these numbers and letters describing whatever the hell. Computer. Yeah, I don't know what any of it means. Oh shit, my shield's gone. Fuck. Damn it. Oh man, that sucks. Can't lose my shield. Fucking hell. Give me my shield back. Nope. Free life? Alright. Free life is pretty good. Oh shit, that's it. Okay, just don't fuck up this jump. Alright. Made it. Survived. Holy shit. Down the gullet. Oh, you haven't seen me lately? Oh, I've been streaming around this time for a good while now, Gaster. Say the past week I've been streaming like this. Doing pretty good. How have you been, Gaster? Doing alright? I see you streaming pretty much, is it every weekday or every now and then? I'll always see you pop up on Twitch. Sounds like you like the same style music. You doing like rock, but also synth, techno. Yeah, this I could listen to this in the background all day. Synth, techno. This one especially because it was called. Let me see, what the hell is it called? Because it's horror movie like inspired. Let's see, it's called Cyberpunk Industrial Dark Synthwave. And this is also another reason I chose it, because it has a giant skull in the video. Giant badass skull. So I was like, yeah, I want that in the background. Dance with the Dead is one of your favorite bands. Oh, not familiar with that. Dance with the Dead. Along the side of Cluster Buster. Not sure what that is either. Cluster Buster. That's another band. Oh, you're good, Gaster? Monday through Thursday, okay. Friday, Saturday, Sunday being random. Oh, like you might do a stream on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Dance with the Dead is the same style music. Oh, okay. This techno synthwave style. Oh, and it's actually horror related, 80s horror. Oh yeah, with the name like that, right? 80s. I mean, Dance with the Dead. Yeah, well, if you have that name, you better do something horror related. Something with zombies. Oh shit. Could collect another free life. Oh damn, but I don't have enough coins. Shit. Or do I? Holy shit. That was a big jump, I forgot. I could probably collect a bunch of coins. But no, I need 100 to save the game, actually. Yeah, there's Tomater, I don't know what to call. Noah the Tomater. And so 13 more coins. Oh shit. Ah, this fucker. Sneaky fuck. Damn it. You're getting a Lurk Hope Opera. What? Lurk Hope Opera doesn't kill this time. Oh, your browser. Opera browser? Oh, okay. Thanks for the lurk, Gaster. You enjoy your lurking adventures. Let's see if there's the next level. And 7 more coins. Fuck. Ugh, I hate that. Okay, try that shit again. Or more. Perfect. Okay. What is that? Oh, Grover. Okay, I thought it was Cookie Monster from far away. Groovin' Grover. Damn. Ugh, this crappy ass camera angle. Jesus. Thanks for the lurk, Duke. Right. If I can get 250. Yeah, this is good enough. On to the next. Wherever that is. Oh, no way. Piece of crap. Got me from all the way over there. There we go. There's one. Crushed spirits. But if I ever get a chance, check out Cousin's band, the Contortionists. They're pretty big. Then he has a second band, which is a video game metal band called Last Chance to Reason. Oh, Last Chance to Reason. They have a video game online. They have a game themselves you can play called Last Chance to Reason. Level 1, it's a side scroller NES. Oh yeah, that sounds cool. Can you share those in the Discord? Like, leave some links for that. Whoa, shit, where am I going? Yeah. No treasure chests over here. Oh man. Oh. Wait, up here looks suspicious. No, just this. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking out that game. NES style? Yep. I'll check that out. Aw, damn it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn, what is that? Something rumbling. The hell? Oh, that little pig. Okay. Little pig guy. Let's take a break and see this. See a video. Last chance to reason, upload complete. Oh, nice. Did a cool little video too. Level 2, upload complete. And the second band. Oh, which one did I... This one seems like the video game one. I don't know if I clicked on the first link or the second one. Oh, that's the actual game? Okay. Gameplay, it's like Section Z on NES. Oh yeah, Section Z. Yeah, I remember that one. Little dude flying around. That's awesome, man. Combining music and video games. Making a band that incorporates both. What the hell? Why not? You love music and video games? mash them together. Faces in the background are your cousin's face. I never know what the hell anybody's saying when they sing like that. The Cookie Monster voice. Oh, those faces in the video game? That's what you mean? They look pretty insane. Hey, Uni, what is that? You got fries? Uni salty? Did you go to Burger King? Did you get a what the hell was it? Street corn Whopper? Mexican street corn Whoppers? No corn burgers? Oh, damn. Too bad. Missing out. Feel really bad for him. His mother's your cousin, and her husband died last year. Oh man, heart attack. Yeah, shit. You never know. Sometimes people just have a sudden heart attack. That's fucking nuts. Upload complete. Yeah, pretty cool. Got a whole video and a video game. Pulseful plunge. What's Luigi doing there? Oh, he's plunging a toilet. Like a real plumber supposed to. Second band is the one he's... Oh yeah. So that was the second link? I mean this one, okay, let's see, is this one different? Yeah, okay, this one is the one. Didn't see... Yeah, it was his father. Second band is the one he's with. Oh, so he's out of the first one? Still now, okay. And this is the one without the video game involvement. Just straight music. Oh, he still makes music with them, but not often. Okay. This band is dope. I like that guitar right now. That sounds cool. Oh shit. It's kind of crazy way to play the guitar. Is it just instrumental or is the singer just waiting to start up? They have a bunch of albums out now. They are on tour at the moment. Oh, okay. What's it called? Wait, that's not the name, is it? Retrospective? Retrospective live in Atlanta? Oh shit. Hmm. Oh, the contortionist. Okay. Oh yeah, he is waiting to sing, right? I was wondering, is there gonna be singing or what? It's a little weird, but I never watched music videos, I don't think, on stream. Feels like I'm Beavis and Butthead watching videos. Wait, so there is no singing, right? Thought that guy was ready to sing. The hell? That guy. He's got the mic ready to go. What's up? No singing. Not today. Oh, there we go. Damn. Oh, your cousin is the singer? Okay. Kid could scream when your cousin used to slap his ass as a kid. That's when he would let out a big old yell. Slap ass. That's when they knew this boy can sing. Slap his ass again. 36. I would have guessed younger, actually. But yeah, I think a lot of people are starting to look younger and younger. Yeah, I would have guessed more towards his 20s or something, but yeah, that's how it is nowadays, I think. A lot of people looking pretty young, even though they're 30, 40, whatever. Your aunt's husband, his grandfather had his own country western band. Oh shit. That's cool. Everybody's got into the music business. I don't know anybody. Oh wait, no, I do, but I know a couple people in my family that are DJs, but not like real bands or anything, just DJ stuff. Which I guess I'm a DJ too, if I felt like it. I could press play. In fact, that's what I did right now. Press play on this video. I'm a DJ. Your mother's side is all music? Damn, that's cool. Everybody getting in the music biz. He used to play guitar, but like making synth tracks. Damn. I actually took guitar for 1 year in high school and I didn't learn shit. Barely learned how to play, I don't know, the simplest whatever starter bullshit, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, some shit like that. But other than that, I didn't do shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
That's what I
Omega
was
Monkey
looking
is
for
just
right now.
redeemed. I didn't go fucking cheat.
Another cousin, he's 59, has his own band called Violent Encounter. Damn, for real, everyone is in the music business. Or just making music for fun, whatever. Oh shit, is that another ad already? Shit, that went by fast. The shadowy corners of Omega's chat, a tale of musical lineage unfolds. The savage quest links to a gaming metal symphony while reminiscing about a cousin's face in the crowd and a family's loss. Uni jests about corn burgers as cheeseburger cats plunges into the what? Oh, into the vibe. Oh, I thought it was referring to that little emote. into the vibe. Amidst this, Nightbot keeps the order with melodic twist. The melodic twist. Uni and her corn burgers. Always talking about corn burgers. Alright, it's pretty much the time I wanted to go take a break. Let's see. What kind of stuff should I leave? Want to leave, oh, is this... Oh, wait, is this an entire album, or... Oh, it's the entire live from Atlanta? Oh, shit. I thought it was one video or something. That window is the band symbol? Window. Did I see it? Or must have missed it. He married some smoking hot Russian. Alright, let me see. I'll be right back in a bit. Put that up. Just had a little girl last year, cute kid. Yeah, how can you go wrong having a kid with a hot Russian? You're gonna have some cute kids. Yeah, everyone should get married to a hot Russian. Oh shit, damn, I missed it. I do have Barf Duck Dance here. Where's the video? Doing the duck. Oh shit, that's what I called it. Oh, no wonder. I was looking for the wrong thing. Your youngest cousin, his brother. Oh shit, that's cool. MMA fighter. Yeah, damn, it's also pretty fucking tough to do that shit if you're not one of the top names in UFC. And it's like you're a regular old worker, just working for scraps. Sister's the oldest child, but she don't do shit. Damn, but fucking have kids. Damn. Well, that's sad. That's fucked up. Alright, let me take a break right now. I'll be back in like half an hour or something. Let's see. These some random. Let's see, what kind of music should I put on? Something for a video. Your aunt is some proud? Or proud of some of her grandkids? Proud of some of them, but not all of them. Okay, yeah, I think this will be cool. Fucking I'll leave these watch later videos play right now. Let's see. You know, Macos, if he's watching this, he'll appreciate this tone high ending we deserve. And I'll be right back. Gonna go eat right now.
Or just enjoying any of our world-class food.
I have found. I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 Just Redeemed Tag Dance.
Mechas, you got Fugler emotes? Wait, what? You didn't put it yourself? Oh, somebody gifted you that. A sub to Sabbatha? The fuck? Somebody else knows about Fugglers? And it's like a dog Fuggler? Sabbath Fuggles? What the hell? Are Fugglers more popular than I thought? I didn't know anybody else was gonna be into Fugglers. So yeah, Tabitha Sabbatha. I don't think I ever heard of that that person. But now I'm interested. Now I want to see their stream. If they're all about Fugglers. What is it, a liquor? I got a liquor up there. Damn. This is Japan, right? Some Resident Evil thing in Japan. Universal Studios Japan. Oh shit. Man. Why don't we have anything cool like that? Resident Evil, the ride. Ada Wong. Awesome. Was that Chris? Jill. Did they get American actors to actually play the American characters? That would be nice. Is that dude American? You American. You like Jar Jar Binks. And can't see their faces. Kill the nemesis. Rocket launch his ass. Whoa, what the hell? I don't remember that gun. Zip. Zap. Hell yeah. Kill that nemesis. Oh yeah, I added that one. Hey Yosh. Yeah, it's in the RE3 remake? Oh, really? I played it. I don't even remember that shit. Damn. Forgot all about it. Claire, right? That's Claire. This is cool. Yeah, I want to go to Japan and see this live. What's up, man? How come we don't get this shit over here? Save me a trip to Japan. Everything's much cooler in Japan. And cleaner, too. Seems like Japan's all... The entire island of Japan is all nice and clean. Oh, shit. Yeah, you have to kill him using that charged up super gun. Oh, okay, shit. I wonder how did you kill him in the original then? Just a regular rocket launcher or something? Yeah, it's been a while since I played the original RE3. The hell's that? Halloween in Japan. Abandoned Japanese school. Hey, everybody get tickets to Japan. Oh shit, wait, I gotta see this shit. I don't know what's going on here, but this shit was funny. It started off with Macho Man, his voice right here. Also, shout out to Yosh. Let's see what you got. Show me what you got, Yosh. Whoops.
What is kill? Oh, kill move.
Rock and roll, motherfuckers. Rock and roll.
Oh, that game with what's his face? That actor. Rock and roll, motherfucker.
New sound? Fall 4? Fall 5? Is that Fall 5? Do we have a new? Did we just find a new sound?
What's the actor's name? That crusty old guy. Rock and roll, motherfucker. Rock and roll. Oh, Mickey Rourke, yeah. His crazy ass. Lovely Elizabeth. Grandpa. Adios. British video game show that I did not know existed. What's this called? Bits from 1999 and 2000. VHS capture. This is the British version of G4. Ultimate Doom. The hell? Did it just switch topics? What about Doom? What the fuck is going on? There's a monkey / gorilla in the back going nuts. What a weird fucking show. Bits. forlater.com. You're hiding, Macus? Oh, did Noah start streaming? Is that why? Oh shit, British commercials. Weirdo British commercials. No? Oh. You're posting stupid shit in his Discord, so now you're hiding. Do you want him to ask you, are you okay? Is everything alright, Macus? You didn't go insane, did you? So this is what was going on in jolly old England. This awesome shit. He posted a movie trailer, and you posted Mr. Bean looking in a turkey. Yeah, he's probably gonna start thinking you're the new McHur, posting weird random stuff. Mobile internet. Breeze.com. The hell is this? Borat? Sounded like Borat. Let me check out the Discord, see what kind of crazy stuff you did to Noah's Discord. Is he responding? Is he mad at you? Punks. Hey, what? Time traveling turkey. Oh shit, Daikatana. What the hell? What is that? Someone said good morning and posted Steve Harvey. You posted Steve Harvey 5 times? I gotta see this. What the hell's going on? You can go to his Discord. Hockey on the Dreamcast. Oh shit, win back. You posted Steve Harvey. Yeah, I think you're gonna make Noah mad. Steve Harvey 5 times. Oh damn, this is before the PS2 came out. Oh, I see the Steve Harveys you put up. It looks like he's not really noticing it or doesn't care. Other people are posting weird shit too. Somebody posted a weird ass Sonic with a bagel. So yeah, I think Noah's used to it. He's not gonna get mad or anything. People post all sorts of weird crap on there. Looking movies. Oh, you posted Mr. Bean. Oh, that's where you put it. Okay. Going to see. Damn. It's hard to find whatever category. Okay, movies. Wait, is it the movies? Because all I see is Godilla posted something. Oh, do you mean my movie? No, that's not. There's nothing there. Oh shit, Onimusha? Was that one of the first PS2 games? Damn. Onimusha is cool. Max Payne. Let me see. It's in Noah's. I didn't see it for some reason. I don't. In the movies, Oh, where it just says movies. Okay, what was I looking at? He has so many categories and shit. Oh, okay. Looks like you did confuse him. Oh no, that was somebody else. Okay, I see Mr. Bean. Oh, Noah did respond. He says, "Is that Mr. Bean?" Pinball and Pac-Man? What the? Oh, huh. Never seen one of those. Pinball Pac-Man. 500. 1500. Too much. Hey, Tron. What? No, you're selling video games. I'm selling dreams. I'm selling imagination. Oh, that's the end of the show. This wacky British show. What the hell is this? What did I put on here? Oh, that was the end of that bits thing. Okay. Oh, here's some Adams Family. Adams Family. Some kind of reunion show or something. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, all the real original actors. Music sounds weird. That's not the real music. Holy shit, that's not Pugsley, is it? Nah, those are fake Pugsley and Wednesday. That might be the real Lurch. That's definitely fucking Uncle Fester. But that's not definitely can't be Pugsley. No way in hell. Oh, hey, Umbrin. You're here, just busy at the moment? Okay. Let's see, how long is this? Holy shit, is really an hour? Alright, I just want to see the beginning right now. And let's go back. Go back to Maximo. Let's see if I can beat this freaking game today. Oh shit. Yep. Get that. Mac is taking pictures of Umbra. Good. Okay. Steady. Looks like armor. A new weapon. I mean, new power up of some kind. Aw, damn it. That's supposed to hit me. Freaking zombies. Keep taking pictures of Umbran. Investigate him. What's he been up to? Oh shit, okay, fucking trap. What is this item? Piece of the sword. I'm gonna get hurt. Damn. Yeah, I'm not sure what was it. Triangle, and press triangle to rain destruction. Oh, press it twice. Doom strike. Damn. Fuck that. The distance, alright. Oh, give me that shit. Alright. Oh shit. Damn, another one? Shockwave, alright. Oh no, fuck. Damn it. Oh, what the hell? I was right in the way. Son of a... no way.
Myagadilla99 just
Godzilla.
redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Godzilla wants to see News 8 raw video of aftermath of PSA Flight 182. For some reason. Reasons unknown. Why are we watching this? What the hell's going on? What is this shit?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
There you go. That was that. Very important video to check out. Oh shit, where the fuck? Goddamn. What? Oh, you fuck. No way. You piece of crap. Oh man. Ring of Pain, stunning shockwave, downward strike now causes damage to all those struck by it. Oh. Oh shit. Never got that one, what the fuck? Oh, nope. Not this time. Fuck you. No, I don't think they'll go for that. Aw, man. Damn it. Oh my god, fuck you. God damn. Piece of crap boost. Oh man. Whoa, 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 shit. The hell? Hey, Spice Boy. You get any projectiles in this? Yeah. You can throw your shield. And you could power up your sword to like shoot some fireballs. Shout out to Spice Boy. Show me what you got, but Spice Boy.
Can you pick that up? That looks like a dick. That looks like a dick. Ma'am.
Oh, some more little nightmares.
Throw the penis.
Yeah, Captain America stole that from Maximo.
Oh, throw it over.
Yeah, Little Nightmares is awesome.
Yo, tell me that's not what that is. Push ass.
Yeah, I only played the first one, but man, it's a great game.
But like,
I like the simplicity of it all. All you're doing is running around, climbing, pushing objects, solving puzzles. Yeah, it's retro in how simple it is. Like anybody could pick it up and start to figure out what to do and stuff. I wish more games were like that. Instead of having you press a million buttons and have like all sorts of fucking menu systems, you gotta go through all that crap. I hate looking at menus. If you're gonna make a game, make it about the game. Not fucking searching through menus and whatever. Stacking up on items, this and that. Too much crap like that. Too much like stuff like that, it always drags the game down, I think. Alright, fucking armor and a sword. Oh yeah, so I think I could shoot fire with this one. Oh no, damn it. But yeah, if you have the fire sword and one of these things on the bottom, that it'll say like you can shoot fireballs now, or you have if you get a lightning sword, you shoot lightning bolts, and then ice sword, you could freeze enemies with that. So yeah, I'm barely finding out about some of these things too. Like right now, after playing this game, I don't know how many hours, this is the first time I get this thing, Ring of Pain, and it does this awesome shit. So you could hurt enemies around you. Like that little pig, I killed him. Killed him by accident right now. It's crazy that's the first time I got that. Oh yeah, Limbo. I remember playing that, but yeah, I only played it for a little bit. But that's a good one too. Inside, I haven't checked out yet. I did hear about it, like people saying it's really good. That's dope. No, there's so much more to this game than you knew. Yeah, I feel like I'm discovering new stuff about it, or stuff I forgot about since I played it 20 years ago. I'm like, damn, I didn't know it had all this fucking shit, all these weapons and little bonus items and shit you get. Yeah, that's some cool shit going on in this game. More than you would really expect. I was thinking it's a straight up action game, simple. Just gotta go through the stages, kill some bosses, whatever. Oh yeah, the platforming. That's what I didn't really remember, but holy shit, it's a ton of platforming. Which, man, I just wish it wasn't so difficult, because yeah, I think this needs a better camera system, because it gets really fucked up trying to see where you're going sometimes. Oh shit, right here. Okay, looks like I can jump on this. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit, there's a ghost behind me. Fuck. Damn. Yeah, if they could fix the camera, this game would be a lot better. But yeah, if they move the camera so you could adjust it with the right analog, I think that would help out. Help out a lot, actually. Shit, where am I going? See, I'm like getting dizzy looking at this shit. I'm not sure where the hell I'm headed. Okay, I want to get to that area. Shit. I always feel a little anxious fucking jumping around in this fucking game. Damn old games, yeah, fucking every game in the early 2000s seemed like they didn't know how to fix the camera like just right. But somehow I could play Mario 64 with that camera. I don't know, to me that one actually works fine. A lot of people bitch about that Mario 64, like, oh, it didn't age well, all this shit. I'm like, fuck you, it fucking works fine by me. I could play the hell out of Mario 64, no problem. Oh shit, missed. Damn. Oh, fucking hell. Shit. Yeah, even aiming in this game is kind of annoying. There's no lock-on targeting. So you just gotta fucking hope your shield hits something. You should try that game again. It's been a long time since you touched your N64. Oh yeah, I think I can go back to that game anytime and it'll feel pretty natural. Like I'm used to the way it plays and everything. Like I know later Mario games are easier to play and everything, but yeah, I still feel like it's fine, the original Mario 64. Oh no, fucking took away my shield and armor, damn. Alright, well, gotta survive with this shit. That sucks too, you can run out of shield. This game makes everything tough. Mario 64 is so good. Oh yeah, the DS one. Yeah, that was cool too, that they added all the other characters you could play as. And they actually have different abilities. Yeah, I should download that. Try to play that sometime. Oh shit, not these little pigs. Fuck you. Oh hell yeah, getting armor back. Oh, ghost. Yeah, if I'm gonna play Mario 64 again, I should check out the DS one. Play as Wario. That's my first character I would go with. Good old Wario. Damn, can't get that. Oh, I knew it. I knew there was a chest right there. Perfect spot. And now I gotta wait for this fireball to go away. Oh, fire sword. Awesome. Oh yeah, it had mini games. I forgot about that. Yeah, bunch of mini games in there. Back for a minute. You got work very soon. All right, Umbra. As long as you can lurk or whatever, hang in there. It's always appreciated. Did you enjoy the plane crash? Yeah, it was the best plane crash I've seen in a while. Loved it. Ten out of 10 plane crashes. Mystery, I don't know about that. Mysteries kind of suck. Gonna get a trap item out of there. Hey Omega, just a thought, what if your art becomes emojis? Like usable emojis? Usable? No, you know a plane crash? But it's morbid as hell thing? Yeah, there's I don't know, I added these. These are actually all little drawings. The drawings I did, I started adding some. These three, I think that's all of them. Yeah, these three. Started using them as little emotes. Oh yeah. Actually, that's what gave me the idea, was Noah using that one. So I was like, oh yeah, I could just use these as emotes. And I just happen to have like a few spots open for new emotes. I think they opened up recently, like in the last 2 weeks or something. So yeah, I started using them. Thanks to Noah giving me that idea. Like, damn. It's like the fucking 7th bot today. Cheap viewers. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Send those bots to hell. Oh shit, goat. Fuck you, goat. Oh. What was surprising me with those crazy ass goats? Oh shit, this is different timing. Okay, fuck that. Let's make sure you're reporting those so the count gets disabled. Oh yeah, I forgot you could do that. Report them. Yeah. Banish them all to hell. Oh fuck, didn't get any of those coins. What? Oh no, shit. Fuck, man. It's risky trying to get these.
Everybody get naked! Come on, don't be stuck up. It's going to be great.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Everybody get naked. Oof. Alright, now. I'll just leave that there in 62. Unless... oh, damn, almost got that diamond. Oh, there's a heart right there. Shit. Damn, freaking oof. Insane jump. Where am I going anyways? What the hell? I'm lost. Oh shit, up there. Oh man. Does seem like it would be worth it to get that heart. You could get naked, but it's against TOS. Dinner.
Everybody get naked! Come on, don't be stuck up. It's going to be great.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Everybody!
Thanks for the 2 bits. Oh, he took over the first place. All right, yeah. Ooh, man. Holy crap. Uh-oh, fire. Jesus. Get out of here, fire. Don't hit me. Thanks for the 3 bits. Now you're the top dog in the cheer. Top cheerer. Oh, more armor. Holy shit. Oh, damn, this is the end of the level. Shit. Okay, fuck. That looks scary. With this asshole throwing bombs, gonna be annoying.
I mean, if I got this, I'll make this shit. I can't really crash the game though.
Oh, I remember that game. What was that?
Crunching on crack. Yeah, you're not wrong.
That was a good game.
This motherfucker,
Crazy ass little game you played that one time.
Yeah, there's the game. Thanks for the heart, dude. One guy must have eaten the ward bulb in his garden and made this. He made it. He.
What the fuck? Yeah, I forgot what the name of that was, but that was a really cool little game. Another cool ass indie game. Oh shit, what's going on? Oh, fire. Okay, fuck you, fireball. Let's see. Hopefully I can survive. This fucker doesn't hit me. Oh, fuck. Man. Oh, that's how messed up jumping feels like in this. Oh, little pigs. Die, little pigs. Oh man, don't you dare hurt me like that. Oh shit, no. Ghost. Man, I had all the armor and everything. Shit. Well, that sucked. What was this thing? Oh, the mystery. Nope. Not like that. Oh shit, what am I doing? Fuck. Take you to dinner, huh? What's that mean? Jesus Christ. Oh shit. Oh, that's what this one is? Which one is it? No, not that. Oh, guess it ran out. Oh no, it's this one. Doomstrike. Devastating magical attack. Okay, shit. That's a badass move. Uh-oh, duck dance. At this time, in this part of the country, duck dance, completely localized.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck,
Oof, man.
doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
Barfa.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Umbran Crow 1215 just redeemed I didn't do fucking shit.
Fucking shit. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Nice. Yeah, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Oh, shout out
there
to
we
me.
go. Aha, attack him, attack him, attack him. Get him, 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 get him. Come on, come on, come on, come on,
this
come on,
freaking
come on,
level.
come on, hit him, hit him.
Goddamn.
Oh, I can use synergy abilities. Good. Okay.
You sent him? What? Oh. What, you sent, Oh, I didn't see that. Noah just DM'd you and said, are you okay? Oh, really? He actually did ask you, are you okay? Just realized, you could be naked right now, we wouldn't know. That's right, you wouldn't know. Nobody knows. But why are you thinking about that? Weirdos? Everybody could be naked if you really think about it. In fact, everyone is naked right now. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking treasure chest. Could be in a Baby Huey costume. Just had to buy that costume somebody put up. Oh man, I was getting hurt. Oof. Okay. Oh fuck. God damn it. Oh shit, fuck you. Oh my god, that guy's still alive? Fucking bomber? God damn. Thought I killed him first. Shit. Alright, it's over. Fuck this level. Jesus Christ. Pity the man? Oh. You pity the man in a Baby Huey costume? 78. Ooh, man. Uh-oh, boss time. Alright. I could buy another life, I think. Shit. I need to collect more coins though. $250 is the goal. Shit. I told you what? Gonna do a face reveal and bust out the doing the dog dance. That's supposed to be in secret. It's supposed to be a surprise. 215. Yeah, another one. Yeah, damn. Shit. Where I'm going, shit. Whoa, 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 shit. Yeah. Oh wait, there's something. Where's that? Oh shit, right there. Damn, can I make that? Oh shit, almost went too far, goddamn. Shit. Fuck. $238. Okay. Shit. How do I get up there?
Can I get in here? I need to. Oh my god!
Hey, get the hell up there. God damn it. Stay. Oh. Oh. Oh fuck, what the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh man. Six more? Shit. You know, can't get that one. 4 more. Might be back after ads. Oh, you're in ads right now. Oh, ads ended. Oh shit.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck.
Can't hear the battle.
Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck, I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Has the whole world gone mad?
Donald Gabe Media Betty just redeemed tag dance.
It's funny that duck dance takes over everything else. The other redeems don't go on top of it. The pizza didn't show up again.
Be good.
And the fucking ET. The hell?
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck, I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Has the whole world gone mad?
Barf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
detail. The detail on Grandpa Itchy. Look at that shit. Amazing. Two more. Holy shit. Why is this one so hard to get? Unless... Nope, can't climb up there. Nah, crap. Alright, got down. There's gotta be one coin somewhere lying around. Oh shit, here we go, something. Treasure. Yeah, hell yeah. Alright. Now, cause save, get that free life. Where's that? Free life. Over there. Oh, hey, McCurr. No, don't worry about it, McCurr. He's not doing anything wrong. Don't try to ban anybody. Spamming emotes is okay. Emojis, emotes. It's allowed. And welcome in. I forgot to say. Welcome in, McCurr. Please don't ban anybody for no good reason. Oh, there was a bag of coins up here. 2 bags. And a diamond. Oh man. Nothing to worry about. Should've just came up here. And a save, okay. And now it's the boss. I don't know who it's gonna be. Boss time. What the fuck? Oh no. Lord Glutter Scum. Oh shit, okay. Does that? Oh damn. Oh man. Oh shit.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Gotta get ready for that.
Has the whole world gone mad?
McDonald's gave media Betty just redeemed tag dance.
3, 4, 5. Oh, are you kidding me? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit, what's... Oh man, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit. What the fuck? No, you fucker. Damn it. Ooh, got your ass. Lord Glutterscum? The hell? What was his name? Lord Glutterscum. Syphony's kiss. Burp. Will there be another world or just the boss? I wonder. The siege. Looks like another world, I guess. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Thorns, okay, yep. Oh, damn it. Maybe it's one short level. And then the boss. Damn, freaking ghost popped out of nowhere. Oh shit, what the fuck's going on? Where are you? Shit. Freaking wizard. Wizard. Oh, fuck. There he is. That shit. Oh, no way. Okay. Damn. Piece of shit wizard. Whoa, no. Huh. Oh shit. The fuck? Alright. Oh, damn. Holy shit, no way. They want me to jump that? Fuck. Oh, there's a free life. Okay, how do I get there? Whoa, whoa, fuck, Jesus Christ. Damn. Oh, damn. Shit, fire. Hey, George. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Damn, what the hell? Jump is insane. Oh damn. Wait, is that lightning? No, ice. Alright, what a piece of crap jump. Oh shit, okay, fuck. Oh shit, no, you bastard. Oh, fuck. Stupid bird, fuck you. God damn it. What the hell? Tough. Nope. I'm gonna have to look at a walkthrough. Gonna get this. What to do, what to do. Alright, gonna have to check out walkthrough. Maximo. What's that, Mechas? You got a new emote? You just made it? Yeah, go ahead. is it? Oh. What is that hat he's wearing? I don't remember him wearing a hat. What the hell? Oh, he was playing baseball. Oh, okay. Shit. Forgot that. And he hits a home run or some shit. I forgot. Yeah, okay. Watching the walkthrough. He's right here. Kills all the enemies. And then what? Oh, there's a... Oh, what the hell? I didn't see this. There's some kind of crank on the side of this machine. Wait, oh, right here. Damn. Gotta be at the exact spot facing this way. Oh, you're gonna fix it? Boom, alright. Damn. What did you need to fix, I wonder? Oh shit, wizard. Damn, he fucking got me. Damn, sucks. Nah, he doesn't give you anything. Killing him. Oh fuck, what? Damn. Oh, you piece of shit. Oh man. What a crappy way to die. Oh man. Right, good. Again. Something good came out of that. Oh yeah, shit. Oh, it's bigger? Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess it's hard to tell unless you had them side by side, but yeah. Yeah, it's more zoomed in on his face. Okay, yeah. Can see his face better. But how long does it take for your subscribers to get those? Because I don't see it. They didn't come out yet. I just got the older ones. All of these. Yeah, you get them automatically, right? But yeah, I wonder how long it'll take for everyone else. Somehow that bomber died, luckily. Ooh, and I get to survive. A little bit longer. Gonna have a bunch of Huey emotes for some reason. Yeah, I think this is the end. Just gotta get to the boss. Thought it was gonna be a whole nother world. I was just gonna end it right here, save it for tomorrow. But nope, this appears to be the final, or the final. Oh shit, what is going on over here? Bam. Mighty blows, devastating forward attack will smash most enemies. Oh no. Need a key. Damn it. Oh, shit. Oh, cool, you can break it. Power boxers, damn, lame. Lame as prize. Oh, fuck you. God damn. No key, what the fuck? Oh well. The siege. Cutscene. Nope. The keep. Oh shit. Oh, fuck you. Oh, this is the world. Okay, I think this might be the actual little world I'm supposed to end up beating. Yeah, here's the save spot. Shit. Okay. So I will save it and then move on to Mario Party Advance. Or Mario Carnival. Whatever the hell that's called. Let me just get some armor somewhere, please. Oh shit. Oh no, you bastard. Damn you. Oh fuck. Damn. Damn, my shield. Oh wait, got more shield somehow. Great escape. Damn. Oh, what the fuck? Where did you come from? Damn. Yeah, okay. Well, got 3 lives. Lots of death coins. Should be alright. Save. And there you go. Time to switch it up. See a little more of this. check this out first. Just notice this weird ass game. There's a Mr. Bean GBA game. This game is based on the character of known English actor and showman Rowan Atkinson, known under a pseudonym Mr. Bean. Gameplay differs by a set of humoristic situations with elements of unexpectedness and jokes. Did you play this, Macus, if you're still there? 6 levels differs by 3 layers, panoramas, plenty professional 2D animation of the character, hand-drawn, non-tiled backgrounds. Why are they telling us all this shit? Okay, let's play this goofy ass game. Oh, I'm already controlling it. What is this music? What is this? The craziest music I would expect for this game. Well, that's it. What can you even do? Piano on the beach. I think this is not even a real game. There's nothing to do. What the fuck? Yeah, what? There's nothing. Some bullshit. Yep, I don't know. They forgot to finish making that game. Alright. Mario's Carnival. Back to Mario's Carnival quest. In the shadowy corners of Omega Maximo Mario Party, a figure known as McDonald's floods the chat with a cascade of McDonough emotes like a siren's call to the dance floor. Meanwhile, Omega responds with a cryptic mix of emotes, a secret language of joy and chaos. The night is young and the party's just getting started. Oh shit. Is that a reference to Milhouse's dad? This party's just getting started. Under the neon glow of the retro gaming nostalgia. Well, why not? Oh. Okay, still Luigi here. Okay. Still got like two of these, no, one more Bowser pipe. Hop in the pipe if you want his gadget. 7 more quests. What's that? Are you telling me her or something? Balking? Yes. Did you see the Mr. Bean game right now, Macus? Were you here for that? No, it was on GBA. It was like, I think, unfinished. Oh, you got 2 copies of the Wii, Mr. Bean. Oh, nope, not there. Went to Bowser. Bowser Game Hall. Oh, the GBA one was cancelled. Okay, yeah, because all you could do is walk left and walk right, and nothing else. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Did you play the Wii one on stream? I don't think I saw that. If you did. You did? Damn. Wonder when that was. Cause yeah, I don't remember what you even do in that game. I'm Bowser, gamer without compare. He's the king of games, no stopping the king. Ah, so you think you are a game king too. And you're here to see who's the true king. A long time ago? Oh, but never finished. Oh, you never finished the game? Too shitty? But you want to play it again anyways? Oh, video, hey, you're back. Just in time for Mario's Carnival finale, I think. Should be able to finish it. That's right. Game King. You're wasting your time. Bowser is tops. The ultimate Game King. Also, since people have been collecting Wii games, oh yeah, it's expensive now, 80 bucks. Mr. Bean Wii is one of the only games you have left from when you were a kid. Dang, so you started selling all your other games? In fact, if you can win this game I made, keep the gadget and you get to be king. We have a deal, you're on it. That's the gaming spirit. You're all bustling with energy. I should warn you, this will be tough. Watch them. Find Koopa Troopa 3 times in a row. Are you asked for it, let the game begin. Yippee, I love games. Nah, you didn't take care of them, so they got scratched. And you think you did sell some. Oh, yeah, kids don't take care of games. They're all gonna get messed up if you let a kid like try to take care of them. They're not gonna take care of shit. Yippee, I love games. Change coins, pick pipe, confirm. Keep your eye on the pipe Koopa's hiding in. Don't lose track or you lose. Is that it? Damn, that last one was super fast. You beat me. Beat my game. What a twist of fate. Gah, you're the king now. Gah. Now I'll even give you the gadget. Reluctantly, that is. You got the jewelry case. Jewelry case is a luxurious gadget. It's got tons of dazzling jewelry. Awesome. But dang, I didn't want to lose that. Don't you forget this, girl. Don't you forget. Congratulations, you got a gadget. 7 quests to go. That's all of these. Six more. Oh wait, now it's 6 more quests. Meyer Godilla, Meyer Go Finn, Rochambeau, Rochambeau. Oh, I bastard. Got me. And it's gonna be hard figuring out what's left. What else is there to do? I know one of them is Yoshi's mission, the Loch Ness. Where was that? Oh, right here. Blackness right there. This treasure, how do I get there? Oh shit, this stupid thing's blocking. Get anything? Mini soccer. Wait, right there it says 7 more of them. Oh my god. Can't go anywhere. Alright, good. Get out of the way, you jerk. Damn. Ready? Finish the game before time. Put away each book. Oh yeah, this one's damn messed up. Twice. Okay. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? The fuck? No. Shit. Terrible at this. Damn. They made that one pretty tough, damn it. Compared to the other games, that one's kind of fucked up. They don't give you any time. Could you turn down the music a bit so the game... Oh, yeah? I could barely hear that, I don't know. Must sound louder on whatever you're listening to the stream on. Oh yeah, trying to get up here. Oh my god. Oh, warp time, you son of a bitch. Damn. Really fucked me up. And again, another warp? What? Holy crap, man. Damn. Grab it. Sneak up on. Oh, okay, the bunnies. Dive. Run. This one's not so bad. Oh, I don't want to crash though. Whoops. Oh, damn. Oh. Whoa. Damn. No problem, video. Ten mushrooms. Nice. Oh, damn. Another game. Ready, bunny belts. Press the switch, make toy, restart toy. In order, oh yeah, okay. Left, right, up, right. Okay. Just making sure this is the right way. Klepto Ruins, would you like to stop here? Yes. Mystery, Seeker of Mysteries. I heard of mysterious treasures here. Would you care to join my treasure hunt? You bet. Treasure of Mystery. Mystery awaits. Let's begin the treasure hunt. Pardon me, sir. Is there treasure here? What are you here for? For me? I am Klepto, protector of treasures galore. So you guys hunt for treasure? You got it. Could this be what you're looking for? Oh, could it be? Is it the treasure? It's got a lock. That's what the code's for. A code, a secret code of mystery. Now, for you to solve it, I think I'll let my apprentice do it. Enter the code? The fuck? Oh man, I don't know the code. Did they give me a code somewhere? For you to open the lock, you must enter a 4-digit number. The hint is also my favorite word. Can't you guess? That's what your brain's for. Boob. Favorite word. What was I stuttering for? Wrong. What did you enter that for? Told you hint is my favorite word. Oh shit. Okay, listen up. Got it. God damn it. Oh yeah, no, I got it. I was thinking it was 8 because he likes eating. I don't know. Alright, fast forward. I'm just glad I didn't have to go somewhere else to find the answer. What? 4. Well done, you guessed the secret code. Open that treasure. Mystery awaits. This is... Ooh. This is the treasure you've worked for. I guess so, but if I take it, it won't be a mystery anymore. So I've totally lost interest in it now. Impressive work. You showed me what for. It's no treasure, but take this gadget. You got the map maker. Goodbye for now. Damn, okay, now what? What else is left? Shroomlack, I don't know how to find him. What's up with that? These are all done. Yep. Oh wait, do I need to go back here for some shit? I'll give it a shot, I don't know. Oh man, okay. Oh no, freaking warp. Damn. 6969 should have been the code. No doubt.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck, I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
Where the hell? Now I can't find. Oh, I know what's going on here. Okay.
Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah. You dead, man.
Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah. You dead, man. Piranha plants. Oprah just has to cry for that one. No reason to stick around. The plant. Damn, I don't know what else, what other things. Switch way, hit the blocks to change which way they're moving, find your way to the goal. What the hell? Oh shit. Oh yeah, the game volume is pretty low right now. Oh, whoops. So only coal, don't need any. Oh man. Oh, it disappears right away. Okay. Now this mission, this quest. Hello, are you here for Shroomlight? Give you a clue, you know what? Secret room in the condo somewhere. Wish I could find it. Oh, the condo is all the bank shit. That's what I should do. If possible. Hey, Savage. Good heavens, I've been robbed. Of course, probably a robbery. Shroomlock. Goomba Paratroopa Mr. I. Now I would have seen the light if it had. Find the liar. Ba-boom. Left, right, drop bomb. Okay, I think I remember this one. Yeah. Damn. Man. Ugh. Shit's tough. Alright. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, what? I was trying to see the emotes. Is that, oh, yeah, Dixie Kong. Looks like it's a pinned message now. Paratrooper. Goombam, okay. And Mr. I. Yeah, Mr. I, what do you want? Where's the money? What, are you calling me a crook? I was in the bank, but I saw nothing. It was dark, so I just stayed where I was. Oh, but I did hear some coins jingling, and that's all I've got to say to you, see? Alright. Yeah, how's it going? Think I might need glasses. That's none of your business? Okay. Go to the junk superstore. Oh, you're not here to shop. What is it? Where's the money? Oh, the whole incident shocked me, honestly. I was so scared that I dropped to the floor. Oh, but I did see a gleam of coins. That's all I remember though, sorry. Things have been rough since I opened up. Nah, just kidding. Things are great. Alright. I am Goombab. What can I do for you? Where's the money? About the robbery? I don't know anything. It was black as night in there, truly. When it went dark, I heard the safe open. But that's all I know. I didn't do it. Don't go sharing this with anyone, but... Oh, there's a girl I like. It's a secret. I don't know, these clues. They all suck. Terrible clues. Oh, you're back. Thanks for helping. So, what did they say? I see. They figured out who did it. No, not yet, but I'm very close. Please, tell me who you think the culprit is. I don't know. The Goombob. Something doesn't sound right here. Are you sure you thought this out? So you could solve the mystery? Sorry, now I can't give you the gadget. You'll have to try again from the start. Bullshit. It was the turtle. I hope I don't have to talk to everybody again. Be some bullshit. So have you ID'd the culprit? You haven't spoken to— Aw, son of a bitch. I should just fucking rewind. Oh man, I hope I can rewind and pick somebody else. I don't want to do all that bullshit again. Get out of here with that. Damn, there was a lot of talking. Shit. Come on, rewind. Let's go all the way. Holy crap. Looks like it's working. Shit. It's a lot of rewinding. Oh, fuck no. Damn, you can't rewind all the way. Fucking shit. Yeah, I should have save stated or something. Really? that a bitch? Alright, gotta do the same shit. Oh wait, you know what? Don't wanna waste any mushrooms. Oh wait, that's not right. Is it up here? Yeah. Where's the money? We'll start. Did hear jingling. Sea monkey, rescue the little Ukikis by racing out to them in your speedboat. Oh yeah, this one. Oh shit. Ugh. Oh man, where are you? No. Where the hell was the last one? Oh shit. It's gonna mess me up. Wait, oh no. Damn, another game? Nab all the fruit, but don't fall in. Try to grab the melon last. Oh crap. I messed this one up last time. Dash was B? Okay. What? Oh man. How the hell? Oh wait, what the fuck? Nope. Dude. See the turn there? Damn, not enough mushrooms. Where's the money? The whole incident shocked me. Honestly, I was so scared. Dropped to the floor. Did see a gleam of coins. Okay, he's the liar. That's all I remember. I'm sorry. Damn it. black as night in there. Truly, when it went dark, I heard the safe open. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Damn it. Yoshi, the dinosaur. Okay, I want to get to that Loch Ness. Okay, that one. Damn. Wait, is this? Yeah. And so, sneak up on the bunnies. Okay, yep. No. Damn. Ooh. Fuck. Wow, shit. Okay, Ninja up there and that ghost thing. Holy shit. almost didn't make it to Lac Dory. I hear a monster lurks within this lake. Yeah, there it is. Don't let it eat me. Are you a dinosaur? You look like one to me. My name's Dory and I'm so lonely. Please tell me you look dino of mystery. Oh, really? My first friend. Hooray! Thought I was the only dinosaur around. Here, as a token of our friendship, have this. You got the soil sonar. I'm glad you're happy with it. Don't forget, we're friends forever. Don't you forget that. Five more to go. Well, this turn is pretty much dead. Oh, shit. Oh. On the spot. Poke the Womp wherever he tells you. Oh yeah, I remember this. Nice and easy one. But yeah, why did I do that? 5 mushrooms. Move, vroom zoom, fly through the rings onto the toadies, broom, and head for the goal. Oh yeah, flying around part. Some more mushrooms, shit. Wait, where the hell is it? Ice Stadium. Oh, up there. Okay. Where am I? Horror Condo and what else? Second floor. You have a mystery. Oh, wait a second. Maybe this is a good mission for Luigi? Yeah, a mystery I can help with. Yes, I'm sniffing. What's that, Goldilla? Goonie? So tell me about this mystery of yours. Horror Condo is rumored to be haunted, but I haven't seen a single ghost here. So what do you want me to do? I want you to make a ghost appear. That's all? Sure. Now, princess, would you do it? Gladly. That's the spirit. I'll do it myself, except the ghost and I aren't on speaking terms. It's a long story. Anyway, get to it. A ghost. I don't remember seeing any ghosts. But the cemetery? Oh yeah, I did see these ghosts. What do you want? Horror Condo. Oh shit, here we go. Isn't it? I think we forgot to haunt it. Tisk, thanks for the reminder. We'll haunt that place up a bit. It's our job to scare folks. Tisk. Oh wait, the treasure? What the fuck? Oh. Treasures. We've got treasures. Got our golden Boo statue. Oh yeah, no. Haunted, yeah. We got to haunted. Reminder. Okay, good enough. Segs. Holy crap. Alright, goddamn. Here I am. It's a ghost. A ghost. Wow, now this is what I call Horror Condo. I'm so excited I won't be able to sleep. And I owe it all to you. Thank you. Here, I want you to have this gadget. I got the Portagust. Well, you're all done. Here, thanks again. Congratulations, you got a gadget. Playland, yep. Okay, 4 more. What was the other place? This guy said his store was open. I wonder what the hell can I do in the store? Damn. Slingshot. Oh yeah, tap A and B, tilts up, bam. Up and down. This one I haven't finished. Never completed this. Oh, that's what I had to do, really. Hit the tornadoes, damn it. Sand mushrooms. So what the hell building is left? Everything looks finished. There was that one. Oh wait, is it the different floor? Crap. Oh man, it's probably just a different floor of condo shit. Oh fuck. What the hell? Would you like to stop here? Yes. Basements? Oh yeah, what's going on here for fun? Who's there? Lantern Ghost? This is where the Toad Force 5 club meets. Are you a fan of Toad Force 5? You bet. Nerd Force 5. For reals? Because you don't seem like one. Okay, prove it. Show me a Toad Force 5 figure. Any real fan would have a figure of the hero. So come on, bust it out. Where is it? Forgot it? I don't know. Don't have one. Suspicious. You aren't a fan, are you? If you want us to let you in, go. You're a toy. Go get a figure and I'll let you join us. Hurry up now, get over to the item shop. What would you like? Sword Force 5 figure, Toxic Toad, Z figure. That shows all the rage right now. I sell out so fast. This is my last one. You got a figure? What would you like? Damn. Nice. Basement. Oh shit, another one? What the fuck? Yeah, you streamed all through whole work shift? What a trooper. Oh, you're off work now? That's cool. Alright, damn, another bot showed up. Okay. Reports. Who is it? Umbrin was saying to report these. Shit. Warn? No, not warning. Timeout? Nah. Just ban, I guess. Oh wait, is this how you report these bullshit? Oh, here we go, reports. Welcome, I don't. Well, they're just bots, so I don't know what good that would be. Spam, suspicious, yeah. Bot. Cheap viewers, whatever the hell. That's what it says. Submit reports. Block user. Ban. And deny their stupid message. Well played. Ah, yes. Ooh. And it's mint. Come on in. Just hold on to this figure for you. Sweet. I'm just glad you joined us. Now that you're a fan, have this gadget. You got the Fuchi Pal. You're now an official member. Remember to spread the good word about TFV. Alright, 3 more, I think. Whoa, what the fuck? I didn't realize I hit. the Clay Mega Man button. Congratulations, you got a gadget. 3 more. Damn, what else? Wait a second, there's basement. Yeah, maybe another one in here. Basement, second floor, first floor. Oh yeah, this guy. How do you do? My name is Ninji. Was wondering, would you do a favor for me? What's up? DVD for me. Okay, here's the deal. I want a DVD. Which DVD do you ask? Toad Force 5 DVD, of course. It's no mere TV show, it's a lifestyle. So it's so cool, the hero is so incredibly... Oh, sorry, I got a bit carried away. There, anyway, that's what I want, a DVD. Okay. Oh, thank you, I'll return the favor. You gotta drive home to the duck? Oh shit. Alright, let me pause the game.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck, I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Has the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
Alright, thanks for that. The 20th duck dance of the day. Barf. It's a limited edition DVD, so it's rare. See if you can get a fan to give you one. Oh yeah, the fan, where the hell is he? Oh, Mushroom Condo, guy has a spare. Thanks again for all your help. Oh shit, I wanna get 3 mushrooms, okay. Go. Go sideways, jump higher, hop on a pogo stick and head for the goal while avoiding piranha plants. Quackers. Oh, what the? I don't. Yeah, I haven't done this. Damn. Fuck. Oh well, Yoshi. Where's the other condo? Barrel Peril. Oh yeah, this one. Weibo. Kondo. Goomba House. Damn, what was... Mario what? Vaudeville. Makatsu House. Mushroom Stadium, Mushroom Field. Hammer. Shit, what the hell? What condo is? What? The Ice World? Oh, fuck, it's here. Goddamn. Alright, shit. It's gonna be too damn far. Damn. First floor. Oh yeah, there he is. What's up? I'm Mushbirds, Dude, Toad Force 5 Rocks. I'm a huge fan. Give me that DVD. Oh yeah, you want the limited edition DVD? I've got it, of course. Any true fan does. In fact, I've got 50 of them. Seriously. Alright, just take one. It's no biggie. Yeah, you got the DVD. Damn. Oh shit. Damn, I made it. Holy shit. It's a limited edition DVD. Did you know they only made 50 total? Giving up hope of getting it. Awesome. Here, take this gadget. Tile trial. going to watch it now. Woohoo. Can't wait to watch my new DVD. See you later. Wow. Two more? Two quests to go. You're almost there. Oh, out of mushrooms. Wow, wow. Alright, so... Mario? Select Mario. And then what the hell's left? Oh, the bank. Time to do the bank for real. Damn. What's that? Shit, 5 mushrooms left. Alright, I chose Goombab first. I think it's the turtle. Yes, I'd come to the same conclusion What? Paratrooper? No, he's my cousin. Ah, well, he lied during questioning. He lied? Yes, he said he saw the coins gleaming. But it was totally dark at the time. You see, he couldn't have seen a thing. Oh, now you see, Paratrooper is the guilty party. That's right, I stole the coins. I'm guilty. I just wanted to mess with him. It was just a joke. Sorry about that. Detective, could you let Paratrooper go? He's always been a prankster. Sorry. This time he's gone a bit too far. He didn't mean it. Well, if Koopa insists, I suppose. I appreciate it. Sorry, Detective, I'll get the coins now. Should be off to the next crime scene. Be seeing you. Take this gadget. And you got the card trick. Thanks, you were a big help. Koopa Bank. What? You completed 49 quests. You don't know when to stop, do you? It's time to battle over the last gadget. Wahaha. Alright, so he's the last gadget. We're going to settle this behind this door. I'll be waiting for you. Wahaha. You got a gadget. Chomp Walker. Reach the end. Okay, move. Don't let Chain Chomp get distracted. Just tug that little guy back on track. What the fuck? Oh shit. No. Oh, fuck. Damn. No mushrooms. This is Bowser's Pipe House. Choose your destination. Yeah, the stairs. Wanna go in here? Yes. Mr. Bowser, sir, a customer is incoming. Wahaha, I've been waiting for you for too long. Think you can get the last gadget? You got it. Has the whole world gone mad? That's right, I have the final gadget. Well, duh. Who did you expect to have it? Beat me in battle and it's yours. Wahaha, time for the final battle. Let's do it. That's my line. Wahaha, now that's the fighting spirit. Isn't it great to have a solid rival? Okay, so it's gonna be a game here. Nobody Can out thump Mr. Bowser. Trap 4. Drop all the Koopa kids off of the screen. How many Koopa kids will be in the game? 30. Oh, fuck, the most. Okay, I'll set the number of kids to 49. No problem, Mr. Bowser, sir. Let the minigame begin. Red. Blue, red, okay. Blue, red. All traps. Open the trap doors to make the Koopa kids fall all the way to the bottom. Oh, what? Oh, shit. Okay. This is the last game, don't give up. It's like you didn't even try. Wanted a good match and you ruined it. Really ruined it. Go back to the start and try again. Don't blow it next time. Yeah, we're counting on you. Oh, you can just keep doing it. Alright. Final showdown. 35, alright, nice. Oh fuck, I didn't notice that shit. Little fucker. Damn. Better keep an eye on everybody. Damn, 43. Oh shit, that fucker ran. What the hell? Damn, little bastard. Come on, you. I didn't know you could run. Oh shit. And shit. Oh hey Glitzy, what's up? Mac Kitty, meow. This game looks like Seizure City. It's not that bad. I just beat it. That's the end of the game. Shout out Glitzy. There you go. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Let's see.
Securities are my fault. For the record, though, my type is more, well, let's just say, like, people are good with their... Okay, now forget I just said that. It's definitely not a kid's game, is it?
Not a kid's game? What was that? Oh, Moonstone, yeah. Should have guessed Moonstone. Been playing that for a while. Beat it like MJ? Yeah. I lost. Say it ain't so. No, she likes it when you smell like fish. Holy shit, what? She's a hardcore lesbo. What the hell? Say it ain't so. Oh, since you're here, Glitzy, I guess, I don't know, I haven't seen Anna around, but let's show off Anna's drawing, since you know her. That's what I'm gonna go with. You know Anna, so here's her drawing. Boom! I think it needs to be in the dark, actually, so you could see the glowing, what do you call those things? Glow sticks? Glow rings? And you shut off everything. Where's the background? There we go. Oh, that's what the clip was about hardcore lesbo talk. Her mama is in town. Oh, wait, you're getting her? Oh, okay. Baby shark. Do, 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 do. Guess I could have the music at least. Hey, why did I? Oh shit. Your bear? It's in the background. Let's see, where is it? You are on the bottom right. All the way on the bottom right. Oh, somebody. Oh, you know what? Lady Linky gave her a gift sub, I think. Yeah, it must have been Lady Link. Oh, which I took her out right there. Yeah, Linkies. Wait, who's right there? Right next to her now. Who's the clown? That was Notorious. Notorious MTF. I think those are the letters. MTF. Oh shit, Anna. Okay, yeah. Just noticed your name. Yeah, Glitzy called you. Oh yeah. Your shark is here. See, is it like the way those glow rings or whatever? You can really see them glowing when it's all black. So now I gotta move Lady Link somewhere. Put her. Somebody's getting covered up. Oh, you know what? I could flip her and put her on the other side. Let's do that. Flip. Over here. There are boots on my head. There you go. And I will take the highlight spot. There you go. There's Anna, gonna be there until the next person shows up. I don't know. The person I drew something for besides this, I never even seen them in the chat, so I don't know. I have to ask the person who gave them the gift, so see if they can show up at some point. Shark time. Thanks for being so awesome. No problem, good to you. Hell yeah. Giant baby Huey. Thanks for that giant baby Huey, bro. So generous with the drum.
Doing the dap. Doing the dap. Doing the dap.
Madre de Dios.
Oh yeah. You dead, man. He's dead. Oh, Dixie redeemed it.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Glitzy Witchy just redeemed tag dancing.
Glitzy Witchy. Glitzy Witchy. Glitzy Witchy redeemed a duck dance.
Hey, does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee? Does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee?
What the fuck is going on, man?
You want coffee?
Listen, you're fucking.
I just made coffee. Does anybody want coffee? Who wants? Buddy, do you want coffee?
I need that, man. I need that.
Do you want coffee? I just made coffee. Who wants coffee? Does anybody want coffee? 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 Do you want coffee? Who wants coffee? Does anybody want? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee?
They're eating her. And then they're going to eat me.
Shit. Yeah, thanks for
Oh
the
my God.
420. Shit. I didn't know you smoked. You smoked weed, barf. Glitzy Witchy. Mamma mia. It's not even the Italian voice, and he sounds Italian. Oh yeah, the little red, reindeer. Oh yeah, reindeer panda. Oh, thanks for the giant, Yanni. Giant Yanni face. Smiling like a weirdo. You haven't for almost a year. Had to, about smoking. Had to hang it up. Used to all the time. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't really smoke that much. Used to be you that. Thanks for that, giant barfa dude. Giveaway tonight at 9 Eastern. You're getting baked right now? Yeah, Blitzy's always getting baked. Zonked. Glitzy Witchy. Smoking the weed. Dropping Pokeball ornament and ornaments and Totoro with Sprite. Ornaments, I guess. Moonstone Island. Plus 2 DLC. We started snarfing gummies too. Too often. Oh, yeah, from Munchies. That was your go-to munchie gummies. Or no, you mean the gummies with weed in them? Or whatever, THC. The weed gummies. If you were to smoke now, your tolerance should be super low. Haven't minded saving the money each month, not torching it all. Oh yeah, ornaments, yeah. Yeah, for real, if you stop smoking, you're gonna save a lot of money. Stop smoking, stop drinking. You have a shitload of money left. Well, way more than you would if you're drinking and getting high. Oh, okay, you did mean edibles. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Edibles. Forgot what the hell what they call them. But they call them weed gummies too, I guess. So that works. Shit. Damn, everybody spells it with one eye, but it's two eyes, actually. Omega's stream is a roller coaster of emotes and laughter. Glitzy's cat antics meet Shark Time, while Barf reminisces about duck dances and gummy days. Giveaways and baked vibes set the scene for an epic night. Will the Panda Prance prevail? Panda Prance? Stay tuned for more Omega Maximo Mario Party madness. Epic. Epic, baby. Okay, so this game is done. Say it ain't so. Bowser. Gwahaha. Gar har har. What's wrong, Mr. Bowser? Sir? Gwahaha, gwahaha. Lost, but I'm glad we fought to the end. The final gadget is yours. T3. You got the Bowser print. It's Bowser's handprint. It's one of a kind. I want it. I didn't want to let this gadget go, but you are one fearsome foe. Take good care of it. Grr. Well, let's battle again someday. You beat me for now. Congrats. Wahaha. Oh shit, okay. Mario beat the final quest. Congratulations. Great job. I bet you wonder how Shroom City's doing. Oh shit, that's it. Roll credits. Tumble, he's still working as beloved Shroom Guide. Koopa cycles often with Koopa Paratroopa. Paratroopa made a fortune selling Toxic Toad Z figures. Boo. All the Boos hunt Horror Kondo daily now. Yukiki, he quit being mayor, still pals with Akiki. Thwomp, his new friend, Thwomp got inside somehow. Sushi opened a seaside bed and breakfast. Shroomlock, he went on vacation and solved a crime. Mrs. S, she's gotten hooked on infomercials. Flutter, she's still looking for a new boyfriend. Pedal Guy gave up poetry for a career in carpentry. Mr. I, he's learning how to wink for a peach. Goombob might move to the beach with Goombetty. Goombetty loves Goombob madly, collects seashells. Will it build down? There's a shitload of characters. Finished second in the World Sprint Trials. Hulu, she's got new students and a new classroom. Hammer Bro, he's been training for an upcoming tourney. Mr. Blizzard, I don't even remember him. He's learning a mean fastball in the minors. Cheap Cheap, he's improved a lot. He even set a new record. Coach wrote a book on his confidence techniques. Fly Guy, his bag's packed, he just waits on the roof. Klepto changed the secret code to guard his treasure. Sniff It, getting a bit tired of all the Boo sightings. Dory, he hasn't seen Yoshi in ages. Aw shit. Mr. E, nobody seems to know where he's gone. Babam stepped into Phil Big Babam's shoes. Babamba, her piranha plant has grown a bit too big. Piranha plant, still healthy, still dangerous, huge too. I guess it's duck dance time again.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those hands, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the
Sorry,
duck,
can't help yourself.
doing the duck.
No problem. That's what it's
Now
there
raise your
for.
hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me
Yeah,
now.
Bark
Cause my name is
redeemed
Baby
it
Huey,
6
I'm the
times.
biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing.
Here comes Brady, also duck dancing.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Glitzy just redeemed that dance.
Glitzy Witchy. Glitzy Witchy. Just let me do a duck dance. Makes Glitzy happy. Barf was singing along to it while driving.
Well, I ain't
In a
never been to
snowstorm.
school, but new friends I have found. I'm
Oh,
going to
damn,
show
you
you
were in a
how to duck
snowstorm?
dance and waddle around.
Only
So
it
put your
really
hands
kept-
on your hips,
kept
put your
you
feet on
safe.
the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around.
Yeah.
Doing the duck,
Whenever you feel like you're in trouble,
doing the duck,
do the duck dance.
doing the duck, doing the duck.
Am I sick of it?
Now
No.
raise your hands
I
in
don't-
the
I
air,
don't
we're
really
gonna
mind
shout
it
it
at
out
all.
loud. I just love to do the duck dance and
You
shake
guys
it all
can-
around. I tell you
can
that
abuse
it's easy
that
if you follow me now.
duck
Cause my
dance
name
all
is
you
Baby
want.
Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the
I
duck.
just think it's funny.
I like to know how to swing.
See how many times some people use
Doing
it.
the duck dance.
Oh shit. This person's gonna use it 10 times.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh,
Perdidos
Okay, little guy.
just redeemed that dance.
Welcome back, Lady Link. Hugs and duck dances for everybody.
hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Oh yeah. Lady Link, you notice a big old shark? We got a shark now. An Anabu shark. That's for Anna. Since I heard her say she likes sharks.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and walk around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck,
Whatever those
doing the duck,
stuff you take to a raid.
doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Oh, thanks, lady. Looks so,
Is the
so good.
world gone mad?
Litzy Witchy just redeemed a dance.
Litzy Witchy. Mamma mia. Shake your tail feathers? How'd you miss that line? Oh, you missed it? Here's Barf's duck dance.
Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah! You dead, man. Madre de Dios. Oh yeah. You dead, man. Yes, Brady, the whole world has gone mad once again with duck dancing. Alright, let's see what the rest of Mario Party endings about. Big Babam moved to the jungle to enjoy retirement. Ninja sold his DVD when he got bored of cartoons. Lakitu secretly yearns to be a screenwriter. Lantern Ghost still runs the club. They meet on Tuesdays. Mushbert outgrew Toad Force 5, loves Koopa Quest now. Auntie Mo gave up the games and got himself hitched. Amp hit a hot streak in the game room. Hoot, his head won't stop spinning. Penguin still can't afford that old wedding ring. Panic forgave Bowser and joined his side. Damn, there's like 100 characters. Salvo still guides the second floor of Duel Tower. Womp became good friends with Thwomp. Mauser was really bummed that Womp left. Spear Guy lurks in the thickets waiting for a mustache. Rupert trains hard every day and is getting tough. Chimchamp now guards the first floor of Duel Tower. Shy Guy, the coal is starting to run a little low again. Pokey, many consider his new Riddle the finest ever. Toadie is Mushroom Stadium. Gig was a big hit. Mecha Koopa spends all his time fighting a new theorem. Dolphin, he's become a massive TV star. Goomba officially assigned to be Shroom City's guide. Naval Piranha seems to grow quite well in the dry desert. Puffin Puffin, not even Bowser knows where they vanished to. Koopa Kid still idolizes Bowser's every stupid move. Bowser wants to make a clean start at beating Mario. That's all 1,000 characters. Let's see, what did I miss here? You dead, man. Brady, Vidya, Barf, Hannah, Lady Linky, Bleatsy Weechy, the whole gang. Oh, thanks, Vidya, yep. Oof, it was how many hours? Who knows? I mean, but it's a fun game, so that's why I couldn't stop playing this one. Fun game that I haven't ever played before. Didn't think I would ever play Mario Party on a Game Boy Advance. The whole gang. This music too intense for the cozy ending. Oh, you mean the synth wave music? Let's see, cartridge. Now you can play Bowser Land, whatever that is. Hola, hay una fiesta grande en mis pantalones. Shifty-eyed dog. Let's see, what else do they allow you to do here? Well, I think that's just going back to the regular game. Yeah, that's probably all that is. Glad you enjoyed this. Makes you happy. You redeemed it. Yeah, this was a good game, so I didn't mind playing it all the way through. If it was another Addams Family Values, though, I think I'd be like, oh fuck, I don't wanna play another messed up game like that. Holy shit. That was painful, playing that 100-hour game. No, I was obsessed with getting through that. After a while, I was like, God damn, this cannot be that hard. But it was. It's an impossible game if you don't have a guide. How about the locals? Playland, play games. Play with or give mini games and gadgets. Oh, I think, yeah, that means you probably could share these games. Sounds like that's what it was. You could connect the Game Boys. I'm glad. Oh no, I'm just exaggerating. 100 hours? No. It was a lot. It was like probably 20 or more hours. But when you look at a walkthrough, it says you should be able to beat it within like 2 hours or something. I want to say like 2.5 hours at most. You could finish the game if you follow the guide very, very carefully. If you wander off track, then you'll be lost like I was for like so many pointless hours walking around in circles. That game is just a confusing mess. Look at all that stuff, have fun with that. Oh, here we go. Giveaway minigame with a single game pack. Yeah, so you could like connect the Game Boys and trade games or whatever. Give away a gadget. Yeah, oh man, they made this like like a Pokemon game. 2 to 4 players. Yeah, cool. Redeemed Adam's Family Values for someone recently. Oh, really? Someone else? I learned from... Let's wait a second. You learned from your mistake and redeemed an easier hack version. Oh, there's an easier version? What the? Oh shit. Damn, yeah. I wonder how easy the hack version is. Hopefully it is easy enough now. Yeah. Let me know how that turns out. How quickly, or at least how different the game is. Damn, boy. Yeah, I don't know. That game is just crazy, and I don't recommend it to anybody other than playing for the first 30 minutes. I think it's fun, but after that it gets pretty like confusing, and you have no idea what to do. Yeah, I think at least for 30 or 40 minutes I was like, this is alright. This is kind of like Zelda. And then after beating the first boss, I think somewhere after that I was like, what the hell? Where do I go? Every like 5 minutes I was like, where the hell do I go now? What the hell? This game sucks. Okay, what are these? Boo by Grab it. Cloud Climb. Oh, I didn't. This one, I don't know what the hell to do in this one, but wanna check it out. Well, the guy you redeemed it for has a long backlog of games since he regularly does redeems, so he won't play for months. Oh shit. Damn. We have been considering trying. Oh yeah, you never played it yourself? Yeah, definitely try the hack version then. So hopefully it won't be as messed up. Dodge the lightning bolts, those amps blast. What if you just squeak by? Move. Oh yeah, damn. This one, I died right away. Holy shit, Mario moves fast. Oh, it's not that bad, I guess. Oh damn, it's building up. Whoa, shit. Oh no, oh fuck. Damn. Alright, it gets tougher at it as it goes. New record. Yeah, you should try it out, man. If the hack version is easier and like, well, yeah, like easy to follow. That's the number one thing. Like, does it make sense? What your next thing, your next goal is every time you finish one little thing? Does it make sense to go to the next mission or whatever? Cause that's what I couldn't figure out. Like none of it connects. There's no people telling you, oh, go over here, collect this item. It's just a bunch of random nonsense. Drop them all the Plinko. This one was cool. I don't know how I got this one on the first try. Let's see. Let's go. Oh shit. Damn. Nope. Yeah. It's crazy. I got it on the first try. Ooh, there you go. Oof. Definitely see what another person said. They seen the other day. The game does have resemblance to Mario and Luigi Superstars Saga in regards to the graphics and character design. Yeah, that's cool that whoever brought that up, they actually thought I was playing Mario and one of the Mario and Luigi games. Yeah, pretty much you could mistake it easily for that. I guess you just keep playing till you run out of your 800 coins. Shit. Yeah, I kind of think that Mario and Luigi also has little mini games like this, so and you could really confuse it for this. Big Popper. I wonder if I did that. Forest jump. Dodge the wind blown. Oh yeah, this one I didn't do. This one, the freaking logs bounce around. I didn't expect that. Damn. Whoa, shit. Whoa, big fucking log. Damn. Oof, two. Damn, it's kind of messed up. I guess the first time I played it, I just got knocked off the edge. I lost right away. And there you go. The hack isn't so much about improving navigation as it is about improving movement. Combat health will be easy to get lost, but harder to die. Oh, okay, so it's the same game, but they made it so you got more health and the combat too. If they could fix that, because it feels like you miss half the time with that lightning. Yeah, the lightning power kind of sucks.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, let's see. Grouse pig. It does sound like a pig. Oh, okay, it's repeating already? Okay. Alright, I guess that was all there is to see from this game. Guess it's a good time to raid out. That's the end of Mario Party or Mario Carnival Quest. Oh yeah, I gotta throw in Anna's shark right here. Let's see. Actually, let me copy it from here. Copy. And grouse pig noises. That was a new kind of grouse. Spruce grouse. I guess Anna could just be like that. But for today, I'll fix it up later on. Alright, time to raid out. Let's see who's out there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I missed this. Grouse pig. Fester's lightning won't weaken when damaged. Oh, no, that's a big help. Hell yeah. That'll really make it much easier then. If you can keep the blue lightning or whatever, the strongest lightning. Yeah, that'll help out a ton. I remember always ending up with the shitty little red lightning, and pretty much it's useless, that the red lightning. You have to get right next to the enemies and then they fucking hit you anyways. It's like the worst weapon, really. Alright, wait, who was I looking at? Okay. Ba 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 ba. The boneless one. Let's go see the boneless one. Playing fighting game, I'm thinking. Alright, thanks everybody. Much love, hugs, and oh shit, Necro's here. Yeah. What's up, Necro? And all the duck dances for everybody. And it's right out. Thanks, Vidya. All right, see you over there. The bonus one stream.